mortality in children. As you know, it impacts our children when they develop cancer, but as you've seen today, it impacts our families, it impacts our community, and it is wide-reaching when it happens. And those of you who have been experienced childhood cancer through a friend or a family member knows that it is a life-changing event that occurs. Compared to 50 years ago, the good news is over 80% of kids will survive in the past 5 years. And we're doing things to help them become adults. Childhood cancer is a lifetime event. It's not just something that impacts you for a few minutes. It's something that can stay with you for a long time. And as our children grow to be adults, we have programs to help them get there. Valley Children's sees about 150 new cancer diagnoses every year. And we treat the majority of childhood cancer disorders at Valley Children's. And we can't do it alone. We have a team of social workers, child life. We have family members who join us in our pursuit to cure cancer, research staff, nurses, volunteers. Everybody in the hospital helps out to face and combat this goal. And we can't do it alone either at the hospital. It involves the community as well. Without donations and support, the hospital can't do what it does. And we really appreciate all that. So this is Tim Curry, Valley Children's Hospital, and he's...
Thank you very much. And many of us on the dais, and myself in particular, I'm on that corner every newspaper sales day and almost getting ran over a couple of times, but we love Valley Children's Hospital. We love all you do for the community, all levels of the community, especially the childhood cancer situation. So we thank you from the bottoms of our heart.
And the Fresno Council for all of your support for this. Thank you.
We see you every day now. Come on. Would you read the proclamation, please?
Whereas the health and safety of the children of Fresno are concerns of the highest priority to both the city of Fresno and the state of California, and whereas cancer is the leading cause of death by disease among U.S. children between infancy and the age of 15, with more than 10,000 children and adolescents being diagnosed with cancer and over 1,000 losing their life to the disease each year. And whereas spreading awareness of the prevalence of childhood cancer is directly responsible for much of the financial support that institutions such as Valley Children's Healthcare and American Childhood Cancer Organization and St. Baldrick's Foundation have received. And whereas the aforementioned institutions play a vital role in combating childhood cancer by not only treating those affected by the disease, but conducting essential medical research, which has been responsible for the remarkable progress in survival rates in the last few decades, jumping from 50% in the 1970s to 80% today. And whereas hundreds of nonprofit organizations will spend the days of September spreading awareness of this grave issue and fighting for greater widespread understanding of what all Americans can do to aid in the fight against childhood cancer. And whereas the determination and bravery which these children fight their battles against cancer should be recognized and commended by all. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Councils do hereby proclaim the month of September to be Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Fresno.
Thank you all. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The people over here, who made that beautiful poster? Okay, come on down here with that, would you please? We're going to give you some camera time. That's way over the top, and I love it. So. And I understand that a few people from the finance department are here, so big round of applause for you guys. Thank you for being here. And we're going to do a photo. No, you're in this. No good deed goes unpunished. You know that. Come on in closer. We'll do another photo if you all bear with us for a moment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Tim, good job. Thank you all. Okay, now the next, I see my smiling face friends right here in front. That's you, Lance. Bigger smile than that. TV personality that you are. So anyway, good morning again, and I'd like to have Jazz Sadu, Lance, of course, and everyone else with the Race for Cure. Please come down here and join me. You didn't think you're going to get to sit this one out, did you? Come on now. So, you know, too often, come on down here, too often precious lives are interrupted or cut short by cancer. And breast cancer is one of the most common cancers among women, and it does not discriminate. It strikes people of all races, ages, income levels. So we're here to raise awareness and do some fundraising to bring the symptoms of this disease forward to all of the citizens of Fresno. So this month, we honor all those whose lives are typically cut short, and we honor those that survive. And I know all too well that feeling when you get the call that a family member has breast cancer. My 90-year-old mother is a breast cancer survivor, and I'm so thankful every day. So, Jazz or Lance, you want to tell us about the race and what all we're doing? Yeah, you come on over, Lance.
I think the first thing I need to do is I need to introduce a couple people. Our race coordinator, Lisa Thompson. Also, someone has been very supportive over the years, Stephanie Berugian. Stephanie, with Buddy Check, she really is if you say the poster child to awareness and really the lives that Stephanie has saved over these years, making sure early detection. And Stephanie, we appreciate you with KC24 and all the work you do with Buddy Check. I'm going to save Sharon for last. I got Mike Martinez is one of our board members, and we're now a 29 county area, so we cover Sacramento all the way to Fresno, so we have a big task to reduce breast cancer, and Sharon will talk about that. And then we have Jazz Sadu, our president of the board, and the Race for the Cure is Sunday, October 1st, and we've moved it downtown Fresno, so we have a beautiful downtown, and more we need to embrace that because it is the heart of the city, and if the heart isn't healthy, the body isn't healthy. So really you're seeing that heart getting healed, and it's really looking beautiful downtown. So right there at Chachansey Park, our partners of the Fresno Grizzlies, on Sunday, October 1st, it's the Race for the Cure. Sharon Johnson. Sharon Johnson is missions and grants with Susan G. Komen, Northern and Central California. She's a 2-time breast cancer survivor. So Sharon is our fearless leader down here, and we hope to have a beautiful race on October 1st. And I'm sure, Sharon, you got a couple words.
Certainly. First of all, thank you, Paul, and thank you to the rest of the chamber. I'm wearing a medal that our survivor is going to be receiving for the first time, and it's a commemorative medal with the Fresno skyline. I wear this very happily. However, last night we lost a member of our board of directors in Northern California to metastatic breast cancer. I can't stress how important support for the Race for the Cure is. 75% of the net proceeds stays in the community. The amount of revenue that we generate directly affects the amount of lives we save. 25% funds cutting-edge breast cancer research. So I'd also like to thank our board members and Lisa, of course, for being the race coordinator this year. And we look very forward to a successful race down here.
I just wanted to say something real quick. Lance does a lot of work for us, a lot of good work for us. And I wanted to give a shout out to the Fresno Grizzlies organization because when we moved the event here last year downtown for the race, the amount of cooperation, energy, staff, anything that we needed. I don't have a long history with the race because I'm newer to the board, but I know when an organization goes above and beyond, and the Grizzlies do that. So I just want to give a shout out to them. Yeah, if you want to say something.
Hi, everyone. If you haven't already registered for the Race for the Cure October 1st, you can go to ComenNCCalifornia.org and register online up until the 28th at midnight. And if you would like to come the day before, registration's at Macy's on the 30th. and you can register on race day. We hope you guys all join us. Thank you.
And I'll just say really quick that my association with Sharon and Komen goes back years and years, and it's just been a true honor for me to be connected with this organization. I've seen the important work they do in our community, and I encourage support this year and in the years to follow.
Well, I'd like to add my congratulations. You are all truly, truly lifesavers in this community and in the entire state. And I can't thank you enough on behalf of the City Council and the Mayor for all the hard work you do. And please keep it up. We'll just go another 30, 40 years, and hopefully we'll have that breast cancer situation totally cured. That's our goal, I'm sure. So thank you all. And could you read the proclamation, please?
Whereas the City of Fresno and the Northern and Central Valley affiliates of Susan G. Komen encourage the City of Fresno employees and residents to participate in breast cancer awareness activities this October and all year long. And whereas early detection and the 4 steps to breast self-awareness, including knowing your risk, getting screened, knowing what is normal for you, and making healthy lifestyle choices are critical to the early treatment and prevention of lives. And whereas in the United States, it is estimated that over 154,000 women have metastatic breast cancer, including the bones, lungs, liver, and brain. While this metastatic breast cancer remains incurable, there is a reason to try to be hopeful. Extensive research efforts are underway to address this high unmet need. Susan G. Komen bold goal is to reduce breast cancer deaths by 50% by the year 2026. And whereas the Race for the Cure at Fresno's Jachansky Park kicks off National Breast Cancer Awareness Month by giving our local Fresno community the opportunity to do their part in continuing the fight against breast cancer. And whereas the Susan G. Komen Northern and Central Valley affiliates will proudly sponsor the 19th annual Susan G. Komen Central Valley Race for the Cure on October 1st, 2017 at Jachansky Park, where thousands of residents will come out to support this worthy cause. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members join with numerous organizations, agencies, and health professionals to raise awareness of breast cancer in Central California. We encourage employees and residents to learn more about breast cancer, proper breast health, and the importance of having an annual mammogram, and encourage women to empower themselves with the 4 steps to breast self-awareness. Be it further resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council members do hereby proclaim Sunday, October 1st, 2017, to be Susan G. Komen Central Valley Race Day for the Cure in the city of Fresno.
Congratulations. That's quite an honor for you folks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all. Lance, thank you guys. Yes.
These for
Okay.
the council members.
All right.
I'll just put them there.
Yeah, I'll pick them up. Colleagues, it's your lucky day. I have pins for everybody. So fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's go to approval of the minutes of August 31st, 2017. Do any council members have changes to the minutes? Okay, seeing none and the screen is clear, the chair will entertain a motion to approve. We have a motion by member Soria. I will second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to approving the minutes? Okay, seeing none, that carries unanimously. Before we move to council member reports and comments, just an item of housekeeping. Because we have the item at 2:30 to talk about adult use of marijuana and that prohibition, we also have the cultivation on the consent calendar. I, for one, believe that there should be an extended discussion about both of those items. And in an effort to hear them together, I'm going to move item 1N off the consent calendar to 2:29. And so that we can hear the cultivation item before, so that would be okay. Okay, thank you. There are also some people coming in from out of town the state capitol and even from out of state to discuss the item. So I think we'll have a good, robust discussion as we move forward with that. That being said, I do see Mr. Miller here, and I know you're from out of town. Do you want to come back, or would you like to address the item right now? Because we're not going to hear it. We'll hear it at 2:30 this afternoon. So what I'll do is we'll do council member. Hang on, Ted. We got to do council member reports, and then we'll do consent calendar. Thank you. So for council member reports and comments, you guys are all punched up for that? Okay, then we'll start with Member Brandow. Folks have a lot to say today. You don't want to do council member reports? Accidentally. All right, you're off the hook. Member Capriolio? Is punching you all up? All right. Member Soria? Do you have something to say? Oh, okay.
Why not? I just wanted to report out that there was a number of us council members that attended the League of Cities conference last week. It was a great conference. I had the honor again to have been sworn in to serve on the Latino Caucus Board of the League of Cities, and will continue to be very active with our Transportation Committee. That's the committee that I was vice chair of last year. Looking to be the chair of the Transportation Committee this next year, and have also been invited by the president to serve on their Strategic Planning Committee that will plan for what the League of Cities will do in the next couple years. And we also had a very successful Independence of Mexico reception. I want to thank my colleague Luis and also the administration, the mayor. We partnered together where we celebrated this wonderful event with our Mexican consulate. Thank you to our colleague Paul Capriolo for being there and being supportive. I also just wanted to say, since I am talking about the independence of Mexico, that I actually want to take a moment of silence to share with our neighbors. They are experiencing some tough times out in Mexico City. If you guys haven't heard, they did experience a 7.1 earthquake just the other day, and so sending our thoughts and prayers to families across that area and that region that has been impacted. So if we can just take a quick moment of silence. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Member Chavez.
Wanted to adjourn today's meeting in memory of a good friend that passed away yesterday. Some of you know him pretty well. I know Member Capriolio. Knowing the mayor did. Tino Aguilar. Unfortunately, he passed yesterday. And anybody that knew him knew that he was a big proponent of our community. Worked really hard to provide housing for farm workers back in the 60s, 70s. And so unfortunately he did pass last night. I had this running joke with him where he grew up in Southeast on 6th and Grant, constituent of Hugh Clint's, and he was a very successful businessman. I had a joke that he went from the barrio to the bluffs because he lived up in the bluffs, and he was quick to remind me that he came back. And so he lived his last year there on Southeast on 6th and Grant. But he was a great friend, great mentor, childhood friend to former council member Sal Quintero, now over at the board. But I just wanted to have that request till we adjourn the meeting in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chavez. And we will adjourn today's meeting in memory of Mr. Tino Aguilar. Thank you for that very much. All right, the screen is clear. Anyone else? Okay, then we can move on to the consent calendar. Does anyone have any items that they wish to pull from the consent calendar? Member Brandow?
Yeah, I'd like to pull item 1K, please.
Member Soria?
I'd like to pull items 1E and 1F.
Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, the 1F item is a JPA item, and the members of that are the mayor, Councilmember Baines, and Councilmember Olivier. We will need at least 2 of those here. I understand the mayor's on his way, so I suggest you push that back until the mayor is here.
Thank you. So the first thing we will do is we'll go ahead and hear those after we hear Member Brandau's. Just in the interest of time, Member Bradefeld.
I'd like to pull item 1A, 1B.
1A and 1B. Okay. Okay. Looks good. So at this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to comment on any item contained on the consent calendar? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes. Do you wish to speak, Ted? I'm assuming you came to address item 1N. You can speak now, or you could come back later this afternoon. We're going to do.
I'm not going to address item 1N. I want to address a related matter. There's a lot of discussion about cannabis or marijuana. The assistant police chief of Fresno was convicted of dealing heroin. If he was being paid by the state, as I understand it, that would invalidate his pension. But because the city of Fresno has not adopted a similar law, and the city is a charter city, the assistant police chief, convicted of selling heroin, convicted of dealing heroin, or whatever you want to call it, is drawing a sizable pension from the people of this city. The ill-advised decision by this council to ban legal recreational and medicinal cannabis sales in the city of Fresno is going to open Fresno up to a thriving black market, which is going to be pivoting to heroin and meth every place else in California because they can't sell marijuana. And it's natural to assume that in Fresno that they would also be pivoting to heroin and meth. We need to send a message to our sworn police officers that if they're involved in the smuggling or the dealing of heroin, that they're going to lose their pension. And if you don't send that message, all your ranting and raving about protecting the youth from cannabis is just a bunch of empty words. Thank you, Mr. Olivier.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address any item on our consent calendar? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment and return to the City Council. We are having a problem with Member Capriolio's voting machine, right, today. So obviously there's not going to be any opposition, I don't think, but I'll just call out if there's any opposition. If there's a vote that I think is going to be close or contentious, then I'll just call for a roll call vote today because of the issue with your computer, but we'll get that fixed right away. So, thank you. So, we'll bring it back to council. The screen is clear. Chair will entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar. We have a motion by Member Brandau and a second by Member Capriolio. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, the consent calendar passes unanimously. We now begin with item 1A, approve the substitution of a listed subcontractor. This was removed by Member Bredefeld.
Yeah. Question, why is the substitution being requested?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Director. The substitution is being requested, as is the case sometimes on construction contractors, because the listed sub for the striping has refused to execute the subcontract with the prime contractor. So the public contract code, the government code, does allow a prime then to substitute, and the code also specifies that that substitution must come before the council.
Okay, I don't have any problem with the substitution. I'm just wondering, so was it the contractor that hired the sub, or was it part of the contract that we created? And so that's why I'm wondering who made the decision to have this person there that says he's not going to do it, and why is he not going to do it?
Correct. And the city only has a contract with the
primary
contractor.
Contract, yeah.
And then the prime, what they're required to do is to list who their sub would be on the bid. But then sometimes it may be that then the sub does not want to execute that contract. So it's really the prime then saying, I can't reach resolution for them for various reasons, which the city, we don't take a position on. Is that reason good reason, bad reason? There's some dialogue between the two.
Okay.
So, but we do have a good track record with that subcontractor. It's simply the prime saying, I don't want to execute that contract. I want to substitute someone else.
Sure. Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second by Member Brandow. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Item passes unanimously. You also pulled item 1B?
Yeah. A question for the city attorney first. With the Risco contract, I am a contractor for them as a psychologist. Does this preclude me from voting on this?
No, that would not. That's too remote.
Okay. A question I had in your staff report, you alluded to the total number of workers' comp cases being administered has risen 16% from 1,450 in June 2015 to 1,688 as of June 30th, 2017, an increase of 238 claims. That's all our city employees that are having those cases?
Good morning, Council. Jeff Cardell, Director of Personnel Services. On average, we have about 650 workers' compensation claims per year. At this point in time, we have that number that remain open. Workers' compensation claims have a little bit longer life before they can be closed and completely discontinued.
So what percentage of our city staff are worker comp cases currently?
That's a difficult question to answer because we have individuals with multiple claims, and so I don't have that information immediately.
I mean, approximately. It's not. I don't need a specific.
So I would say 20% of our employees are injured every year, and as a result of that, we probably have a caseload that represents anywhere from 20 to 40% of the population.
Okay. I'm just curious. I mean, is it, in comparison to other cities, is that number high, low, the norm? Seems like a high number for a percentage of your staff to have that kind of percentage. I don't know if that's a norm for large organizations or not.
I would say it's all relative. Mm-hmm. The larger the organization, the larger the greater the opportunity for the number of employees to be injured. And in terms of large organizations, not all have public safety as well. So I would submit to you that it is within the realm of reasonableness.
Okay. And then is it accurate that we're going to spend $275,000 for 2 additional staff?
It's for 3 additional staff.
It's for
actually.
3.
It's two adjusters or claims examiners and a supervisor. So the account will be staffed with 2 supervisors instead of 1, 10 examiners, and 2 claims assistants.
Right, and we're adding 3 though for that 275. Is that correct?
3 for the 275. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Motion? No, I don't have anyone else punched up. Do you want to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah. Actually, Jeff, very interesting. Councilman Bredefeld, I think for sure, for government entities, correctional officers, so on and so forth, very common to have a real high percentage there. So you might research that as part of your answer. But Jeff, thanks for the information, but we have entered into, a new era for workers' comp in the city of Fresno, which has brought some positive results and some money to the city of Fresno, right? By trying to reduce the time that people have been out on claims, getting them back to work. Can you give us since we're on the subject, can you give me a quick update on how that's going?
Sure. Council, you're referring to our alternate dispute resolution.
Yes.
I believe, with the Fresno Police Officers Association. And through that alternate dispute resolution, we have a tremendous opportunity to reduce the amount of time it takes to ensure appropriate medical treatment is provided versus a statutory system, as well as achieving a final resolution of a claim with determining whether or not a person should be compensated for any permanent disability, if they have specific limitations or restrictions which either allow them to or not allow them to continue working. That has been working very well. If Mr. Kurtz was here, he would also indicate that he has received significant comments from his membership that is appreciative of the process that allows for the care to be provided in a timely fashion so that they can move on with their life.
Right, and make a determination sooner rather than let the process draw on. And then in the police department, then that would mean that officer would fill a gap where we could, if they're not going to be able to return to work, we could get them off of that, bring in another officer to fill that role. So I think that's been very valuable for the city of Fresno.
Correct.
And is there any opportunity to extend that type of action to the rest of the employees of the city of Fresno, or?
There is to a degree. And what I mean by that, the bargaining units have to file with the state a petition to negotiate with the city to establish an alternate dispute resolution specific to their bargaining unit.
Well, I know that in speaking with the president of FPOA, I know that the model that we chose in Fresno is now being replicated in other cities in California. So
correct.
It's been proven valuable. So I'd be interested if that problem continues at this level for the rest of our employees. It'd be interesting to know. So Councilman Bredefeld, about a little over a year ago, maybe 18 months ago, FPOA came forward because they noticed a lot of people in their department that were on workers' comp, and the claims would just be languishing. Work would not be getting done because the process takes so long. So it was a bit of a cleanup that was very valuable. Maybe we need to look at extending that. I don't know.
If I could offer one additional comment. Despite not having an ADR program with other bargaining units, we do have staff that understands that our ultimate objective is to treat the individuals that have been injured through the course and scope of their work and get them back to work as quickly as possible. So our staff, working in conjunction with the Risico staff, are focused on that objective. Despite the limitations of the statutory system, we still work towards that objective as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff.
You're welcome.
I was thinking that, is this time sensitive? If Member Bredefeld, Member Brandow would like to sit down and ask more questions offline during the week, if it's not time sensitive, is that something that council colleagues would be interested in, talking more? Or are you ready to vote?
I'm good, but I'll let Councilman Bredefeld.
I have a question, if I could. Unless were you going to be asking something, Clint?
No.
Okay.
No, I mean, just in the interest of folks' time.
I'm curious, is there some way we could get a breakdown of where these workers' comp claims are? I know we have a police department, we have other departments. Obviously, there are people out, working, doing all kinds of heavy lifting. I'm curious where the injuries are taking place, in which departments. Can you give us a breakdown of that?
Through the manager's office, we'd be happy to provide council with a report that gives a breakdown of where our claims are, how many are in the respective departments. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. And you don't have any information, or do you, in terms of how quickly these cases based on different departments work through the process and people are able to get back to work? I mean, obviously people who are more seriously injured take longer to get back to work. Do you have any information that you could provide the council on that?
At this point in time, I do not have a number that I could give you that would be very reliable on the actual length of time, because the claims do vary based on the severity.
Okay.
But we could certainly include that in the information that's provided to council.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition to the item? Item carries unanimously. Thank you, council, and thank you, staff. We can move to item 1E. This is not, the mayor is here, but that's not the joint powers. So let's go ahead and hear item 1E, Finance Department.
Just a couple questions. So as I was reading through the staff report, and I don't have much history as to how this works, so I just wanted to, and that information wasn't part of the staff report. Is this the first time we're doing this? Because I know that by state law we're required to provide this type of, the council's supposed to vote on a resolution that allows this?
No, this isn't the first time that this has come before the council. The reason it's coming this time is we have hired an assistant controller, and she needs to have authorization to be able to do LAIF transactions, and so that's why we're bringing this specific item at this time.
Okay, perfect. And then maybe just for purposes of, because I couldn't get that information off the staff report, what types of monies are the ones that we're authorizing, on you guys to be able to use in this process, and what kind of benefit does the city get from these investments?
So LAIF is a investment pool that all cities and counties can invest in. It's managed by the state of California. They do investments in treasury bills and other investment instruments. It basically allows us to have a bigger scale and be able to buy more and therefore get a better yield. So we invest some of our treasury pool monies into this. Under the investment policy, we're authorized to invest $50 million of city money and $50 million of JPFA money into this. Right now, we currently have about $7 million in there, but we're authorized to have up to $100 million. But basically, it just allows us to invest in the state pool to be able to earn a little better yield on our money.
So where is the $7 million from? Is it part of the reserve? Is it
any one of our funds? It can be any one of them. We don't
funds that we're not currently using, or how do you guys determine that?
It's cash that we currently have. It's just we have a big block of cash, and we just invest $7 million of it with LAIF.
How often do we get returns?
We get returns monthly from the LAIF.
Okay, and how big are those returns?
Right now, they're paying 1.12% on the investment. That's as of yesterday, but
so we're getting about how much a month?
Ooh, let's see. Well, a month, if you're doing one, it's $7 million. That's 70,000 divided by 12. About 5,000-6,000 a month, I guess.
Okay.
Is what we're earning.
And are we putting that to a side? What are we doing with those?
No, it's used. We use it for operations. We use it for any function that we have here at the city.
And so I'm just, I guess, wanting to know about those specific $7 million and how you guys make that determination.
Well, let's see. The real short version is, at the end of the day, we have a big block of cash here at the city. It doesn't matter whether it comes from sewer, it doesn't matter whether it comes from the general fund. It's all one big pool of cash. And we just, we make that determination based on our investment policy of where we're going to place the money. Most of it is bought into bonds, but with LAIF, you have a very liquid investment, meaning that you get the benefit of the higher yield with the bonds, but you can pull your money out at any time. You don't have to worry about the market selling. So that's why we keep some in LAIF, in order to be able to have that little higher yield than we could from, say, a money market account, but still get the benefit of of being able to pull it out whenever we need to. And it just depends on what we feel our cash needs are going to be over the next couple months. We monitor that on a regular basis and say, well, we'll need this much, or we don't need that much. We can invest it and keep it there and earn money for us to use later.
And once we allow for this agreement, you guys just kind of do your thing. Is there a report that comes back to the council so that we know how we're doing? Like if you guys, I know right now we're doing $7 million. I wasn't even aware of that.
Well, every month we post a treasury report on our website, and it lists out LAIF, it lists out all the different investments that we have, and it shows what the yield is on those. And yeah, we post that monthly to our city's website.
Okay, perfect. And then do we anticipate to increase that investment from 7 million to something else?
You know, right now, probably not. I mean, maybe down the road a little bit. What we're facing right now is because of the surface water treatment plant, we're spending $10 to $15 million a month on that. And so we need a liquid pool. So right now, we're not, I would say that until that plant gets built out and all the other parts of Recharge Fresno get built out, we probably will not be investing much more into LAIF. But once that's done, then we will probably start investing more into LAIF.
Okay, perfect. And so to understand, because the next item, 1F, seems to be related.
It's the same thing, yeah.
So can you just explain the connection?
Well, one of them is for the city's monies,
Mhm.
and the other one is for the JPFA's monies. We have two accounts with LAIF. We have one for the city and one for the JPFA. And so LAIF requires separate resolutions for both, and that's why we're taking this as two separate items.
And what kind of funds are in the JPA-FA?
It's the same monies that the city has. It just is an account that we have that we can utilize to basically double our investment in LAIF,
Okay.
should we choose to do so.
How much of our city money is in the JPFA?
You mean how much of the $7 million is
Oh, so
JPFA?
the 7 million is the total amount that's being invested?
Yes,
Part of it is
between-
in the,
Between
The two
JPFA and city, yes.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, perfect. Those were all my questions, thank you.
Okay.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second that. Got a motion and a second.
The motion is second. Do you want to speak?
Not on that.
Okay. Member Bredefeld, do you wish to speak on this item? Okay, then the screen is clear. Motion is second. Is there any opposition to this item? Passes unanimously. Thank you, staff, and thank you, council. Now, item 1F, Mayor Brand, you and I are the ones who ultimately will be voting on this. This is also Finance Department. This is the FJPFA. Member Soria, you removed the item and had questions about it. Okay, so you addressed it. So we did not vote on this with the previous vote. We'll vote on it now. So it's just Mayor Brand and I. Can she make the motion? No, I have to, right?
It has to be you or the mayor.
All right, I'll make the motion. Okay. You know how things work out here, right, Mayor? Okay, we have a motion, a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition in this item? All right, it carries 2-0. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Mayor. You can go back to mayoring now.
Mayor, the mayor might want to stick around for my question. He might
Okay,
have an answer for the
Mayor Brand. Member Brando is requesting that you stay out here with us for item 1K, and this is the police department. So, Member Brando, you have some questions.
Okay. Well, actually, I think maybe Wilma would be, or somebody from the police department. So, I really just want some information on ShotSpotter, which we're voting on today, which I think is a fabulous tool for law enforcement. And my question revolves around the county of Fresno. When we first started talking about ShotSpotter a couple months ago, it looked like the county of Fresno was also going to pitch in and help employ more of this benefit to our community. Have we heard anything from the county? Are they assisting us in ShotSpotter, or have they declined?
At this point, the county's not involved in the ShotSpotter at all.
So it's the city of Fresno, and then Fresno Unified has also chipped in to cover a certain amount of territory. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so how many additional miles of coverage or neighborhoods of coverage have we added?
We currently have 3 square miles, and we're proposing adding an additional 3 square miles. And Fresno Unified has approved, their board has approved 3 square miles that they will be paying for.
So we're going to go from 3 to 9. So we have 3 now, and then we're going to pay for 3 more, and then Fresno Unified's going to pay for 3 more?
We are hoping for a 12 square mile total. We're currently waiting for the Department of Transportation is seeking grant funding to fund 3 square miles. We're asking for an expansion for our current coverage of 3 square miles to a total of 6. So we'll have a total of 6. Fresno Unified currently has 3 square miles, and they're or they just got approval for an additional 3, so they'll have a total of 6.
So it'll be funded from the Department of Transportation? Or which transportation agency?
Our city department
Oh,
is
got it.
requesting,
Okay.
has submitted
All right.
for grant
So
funding.
that's going to take us from 3 to 6, funded by the city of Fresno.
Yes.
And then Fresno Unified was talking about 3, but now they're also looking to go to 6.
Yes, correct.
So a total of 12 will be covered?
Yes, that's
That's
correct.
the
That'll
goal.
be the grand total, yes.
And we're
All
hoping
right.
for an extra 2 covering the transportation quarter from our transportation department, 2.26 square miles.
Okay. So, Mayor or City Manager, has the County of Fresno just declined to participate? I hadn't heard that.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay. At a subcommittee meeting, this item came up. We requested their assistance. Chair Brian Pacheco said he would ask the board to vote on adding 2 to 3 square miles. These would be primarily county islands that would strategically connect to where we're going at right now. And we don't disclose the areas for obvious reasons, but we will follow up with the county to get their support.
Okay. It'd be wonderful if they chipped in for our community. Anyway, I'm very supportive of it, so I'm going to make a motion to approve this item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Member Soria, you're next, and then Member Chavez.
I won't add too much. I am in support of this moving forward. What I just wanted to ask, given that there's been a lot of gang activity around Teague Elementary, which is Central Unified, they've experienced a lot of lockdowns, pretty frequent lockdowns. And so have you guys thought about getting into conversation with Central Unified, see if we could do a similar partnership with them?
We certainly wouldn't rule that out. However, what we did is we tried to identify in this latest area, we tried to incorporate as many schools as possible. And so this latest request includes, I believe it's at least a dozen schools from Fresno Unified that will be included in this area. But we certainly wouldn't rule that out. We based the recommendation on the data we received of shooting incidents, shots fired calls that we've received in the city.
Okay. Well, I just highly encourage you guys to reach out to Central Unified. I know that they've experienced a number of lockdowns, so wanting to, if there's a potential for partnership there, and I hear there may be, that may be another opportunity to continue to expand the program that seems to have worked positively for our community.
Okay, we'll certainly take a look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Olivier. So I just wanted to encourage my colleagues. I had an opportunity to be one of the 2 that spearheaded that partnership over at Fresno Unified when I was a school board member, and I would encourage my colleagues, if you haven't already, to go and take a tour of the facility like we did the other day. We went with the merchants, and they'll kind of walk you through what ShotSpotter looks like, and I really believe that the system saves lives. I know that we're able to respond and apprehend that individual that unfortunately killed 4 individuals in our community. And so I think as we go forward, we should look at partnering, not just with the school district, but with other entities, community hospital or state center, and looking at ways of really expanding the coverage, because I know it's been a very helpful tool for our officers, and most definitely I'll be supporting this here today.
Have a motion, and we have a second. So the screen is clear. It's time to vote. Is there any opposition to this item? Okay, seeing none, the item passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it. Okay, 1N has been moved to 2:30. So I think that's it. I think we've addressed everything that's been removed from the consent calendar. So now we can move to, we can do some general administration while we're waiting for timed items to come up. Our first one of those is at 10:30. So, oh wait, we have a lot of timed items today. All right, let's do item 3A. This is Personnel Services Department. I'm sure that Mr. Cardell was not expecting that this would come forward. Is there someone here from DPU? Okay. We're just moving along so rapidly. This council does business so quickly. Oh, here we go. Okay. Sure. You're here for item 3A, right? No. DPU. 3B.
3B.
Yeah, let's knock that out.
Morning, Mike Carbajal, Department of Public Utilities. This is a request to award a construction contract to Anthony J. Prieto, water well drilling, in the amount of $591,950 to drill a new water production well at the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Facility. The new well will reinforce the water supply system by providing additional flow, redundancy, and to ensure adequate fire protection for the facility. Anthony J. Prieto Water Well Drilling was the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, and we recommend the award of the construction contract. Be available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address item 3B? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and return to City Council. The screen is clear. There is a motion to approve. I will second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, staff, very much. Okay, let's go ahead and do Police Department. Item 3C, authorize the city manager. Are you prepared to do it? I know I'm kind of moving through things very quickly, but since you're here. Good morning.
Lieutenant Tucker and Deputy Chief Hall, and we're here regarding a 2-year contract to police the Big Fresno Fair again. This 2-year contract will provide police services and is a total contract amount for those 2 years of $278,466. Both of the 2017 and 2018 fair are a 12-day run, and this encompasses police officers on the grounds of the fair for the entire 12-day run of the fair.
Presentation. Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to City Council. Member Chavez.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank our officers for the work you do as the representative of the fair. Our residents definitely appreciate the increased presence and making sure that folks feel safe there. We get on a yearly basis 1.2 million visitors to the corridor, but during the fair it's about 650,000. So that's a big plus for the area. Just wanted to thank our officers, and I'll make the motion to approve.
Okay, thank you. Member Soria, do you still want to make remarks?
I just wanted to ask a quick question. How many additional officers for the 12-day period?
We have we entered into some talks with the fair this year, and we have increased staffing, especially on Friday and Saturday nights. Some of the good highlights of those meetings is the fair has agreed to try some different things this year, to include some curfew issues when they're going to allow juveniles into the fair, and having a cutoff that they'll have to be with an adult. And they're also looking at the use of wristbands on Friday and Saturday nights, which typically are our peak policing times for the fair. So we think, but with them cooperating in the increase in officers on the grounds and the use of these tools, whether it's having adult supervision and the wristbands, that we're prepared to have another safe fair this year.
Just one other question. With the increase that you guys are talking about inside the fair, does that also impact the surrounding area, like as people are leaving? Or is that aside from this agreement?
Good morning. Generally, the city of Fresno is responsible for policing the outside of the fairgrounds. It's part of their tax services that they receive as they pay the city taxes on their property. We do provide extra patrols. We have traffic officers positioned around the fair 7 days a week. And we also have one tactical unit 7 days a week as well out there. So the presence to the fair is generally one of the safest areas in Fresno. As far as when you get there, you're going to see police officers making sure that your cars are safe. You can walk to your car. And then when you get to the fair, obviously there'll be officers inside. The officers range from anywhere from 30 a day up to about 80 depending on the size of the crowd, the promotional events and things like that we have at the fairgrounds.
Perfect.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Okay, seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. And thank you, Council. Now we have another one from the Police Department. This one, actions pertaining to the 2018 Selective Traffic Enforcement Program grant. So for this, we'll go back to Police Department.
Good morning again. We are again applying for a STEP grant through the California Office of Traffic Safety. This is a $690,000 grant. We will be encumbering $517,000 during this fiscal year, and another $173,000 next fiscal year. The grant today, we are just asking to approve the $517,000. This is really the backbone of our traffic safety program in the city of Fresno. It allows us to do additional operations, including checkpoints, saturation patrols. We do pedestrian safety operations. We do train safety operations. We do motorcycle operations. It really is the all-encompassing traffic safety program. I can go over what each individual item is being spent on. But at this point, it's just generally an overtime operation. There's no in-kind funding, and then there's no impact to the city's general fund.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public again. Is there anyone, a member of the public, who wishes to comment on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, we'll go ahead and return to City Council. The screen is clear. We have a motion to approve and a second. Is there any opposition to this item? Okay, seeing none, item carries unanimously. Thank you, staff. Okay, it's 10:10. We have about 20 minutes, give or take. 3E. Yeah. 3 what? I think we already did 3A, did we not? Oh, right. We're waiting for Personnel Services. Go ahead and come on up, folks. We have Personnel Services Department. This is item 3A.
Thank you and good morning, Council. I'm Ken Phillips with the Personnel Services Department. We're asking Council to approve the Fourth Amendment to the fiscal year 2018 salary resolution. This includes implementing a wage increase for Unit 7 effective September 18th in accordance with a new MOU just approved by Council on the consent agenda. It would retitle various DPU water division classifications in Unit 1, which is represented by Local 39. It also has the creation of a new class of digital forensic analyst to reflect work currently being done in the police department by an employee in a computer specialist 3 position. That employee would be placed in the new classification. It also creates a new class of historic preservation specialist to more accurately describe the scope of responsibilities than was the previous class of project manager. It moves an airport's planning manager to a new range to resolve salary compaction issues, and it updates sections in the salary resolution that reference the salary step plan and annual leave to accurately reflect ranges specific to Exhibit 2. We're available for any questions you might have.
Any questions? Looks like there's no one that is punched up. Is there a motion? Oh, it goes to the public. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to comment? Seeing none, is there a motion? Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it passes unanimously with Clint Olivier absent. I think we're waiting to check because our Councilmember Baines is not here, and so we wanted to see if we wanted to wait since I know that it pertains to his district. So we're checking with his staff.
You could do unscheduled communication, and we do have about a 10-minute closed session.
Perfect. So we will go ahead and take unscheduled communication at this moment. Is there anyone that wishes to take this moment to come up? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to closed session, and then we will come back.
Yes, in closed session, we have litigation, Marcia Clark versus City of Fresno.
He's been very focused, and he understands the material. This presentation is for the rest of us. Thank you.
So, Council President Olivier, members of the Council, I'm Sophia Pagalatis with the Development and Resource Management Department, and happy to be here today to give you a brief workshop on the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan, with special emphasis on bringing you up to date since last you saw it, and information for our newer council members. I wanted to begin with a reminder about what a specific plan actually is. It is a tool for the systematic implementation of the general plan, and it, as that tool, needs to be consistent with the general plan, and it is also the bridge between new development proposals in the area and the general plan. Because the Southwest Specific Plan will include modifications to land use in Southwest Fresno, the general plan will be proposed to be amended when the Southwest Plan is adopted. So just wanted you to know what a specific plan is. It has very specific provisions under the government code, and it basically has the weight of a general plan. This morning the color doesn't look so great on that. This morning I'll be going over with you the community engagement aspect of the plan, which has been underway for 2 years, an overview of the plan components, the implementation priorities of the plan, and finally the next steps. So the last the City Council saw of this plan was in November of 2016, when you were presented with the draft preferred alternative and you initiated the plan. There was some confusion amongst the public, I believe, about what happened at that point, but that was just the initiation of the plan, and there was a land use map and 12 guiding principles that were presented. So in November, the council initiated the plan, and since that time, the consultant and the community have been busy at work drafting the entire Southwest Fresno specific plan. In the total time that the plan has been underway for the last 2 years, there have been 16 steering committee meetings, 6 community workshops, 10 topic group meetings. A community office was established in the plan area to invite residents in and provide input in the most convenient way possible. And there were also 3 community conversations that were held. So it's been a very robust planning process. A 21-member steering committee guided the process, but all 16 of their meetings were open to the public, and they worked with the community input to give guidance on the plan. The outreach methods that were used were varied. We tried to reach as many people in as many ways as we could. We used email, we used U.S. mail, we used flyers at community centers and churches. We worked through networks. We used Hmong radio and Radio Bilingüe. We advertised in the newspaper. We also, of course, used our website. And we did our outreach trilingually as much as we possibly could. And here you see a flyer. I'm going to give you an overview of just the key components of the plan. Starting out with the plan boundaries, the plan area is approximately 3,000 acres of land that abuts the southwest portion of the Downtown Neighborhoods Community Plan. The boundaries do not go all the way out to the sphere of influence because the funding for this plan was community development block grant funds, and those can only be used within city limits. So that is the reason for those boundaries. And going into the primary desires of the community as expressed through the 16 steering committee meetings, the 6 workshops, the community conversations, etc. Essentially, the direction that was given was housing. The community wants high quality mix of housing types with emphasis on single family housing and home ownership, more retail options, including clothing and department stores, restaurants, and especially another grocery store. For transportation, the community really wanted safe and more connected streets for vehicles, pedestrians, and cyclists, as well as more transit-friendly streets. The community also expressed a desire to have truck traffic rerouted away from residential neighborhoods. With regards to jobs and economic development, the community wanted more educational opportunity, job training, and attraction of clean, higher-paying jobs. There was a lot of discussion about parks. The community wanted improvement of the existing parks and open space and also new parks and open space. And finally, with regard to industrial land use, the community very clearly stated that they wanted new industrial development to be located outside of Southwest Fresno. So with those as the main guiding principles, a land use vision was developed, first using just overall concepts and an economic development study. That study identified 2 magnet cores, one at the location of Marks and Whitesbridge and the other one at the Jensen 41 Church and Martin Luther King area as the most accessible and most prime areas for high-level activity centers and support of retail and other community institutions. So that was the first building block, was locating those magnet cores. 5 corridors were identified. The street system in Southwest Fresno, in order to provide that access, needed to be more coherent. So the key corridors were identified and planned around with certain purposes in mind. Kearney Boulevard is the historic corridor. California Avenue is the BRT mixed-use corridor. Jensen, the jobs corridor. Elm Avenue, jobs and neighborhood corridor, and Whitesbridge would be a retail corridor. Once we took all those bubbles and translated them into a land use diagram, this is what it looked like. You can see again the magnet cores at Marks and Whitesbridge and at Church and Martin Luther King. The corridors are also shown on the map, and with the end goal in mind of creating complete neighborhoods where people can live, work, and play within a half-a-mile radius of where they live. So this is a map showing what the existing general plan depicts in the Southwest Fresno plan area at the moment. And I included this here to show you the cross-hatching, which shows which parcels would actually change land use and zoning under the Southwest Specific Plan, and it's about 25% of the total parcels. So this would not be a whole-scale revision of all general plan land uses and zoning in the area. It was just a strategic reworking of the land use and zoning to accomplish the goals.
Sophia?
Yes.
Council President, I'm just going to jump in and ask. So the general plan that we just passed a couple years ago,
yes,
25% of it needs to be, the zoning needs to be changed to come into compliance with the projected Southwest Fresno specific plan.
That's correct.
25% of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, why so much in your opinion?
Well, I think whenever you do a specific plan, it's a much more specific look at an area. So an economic development study that was just focused on Southwest Fresno wasn't available at the time of general plan. And there were some very specific community goals that were expressed in this process that, you know, for which a specific plan is ideal. So, for example, changing the housing mix a little bit so that there's more emphasis on single-family housing, placing the jobs along the proper corridors, adding mixed use on Elm Avenue. These were all things that one would expect to occur in a specific plan.
Okay. All right. It just seems like a lot rezoning there. Will that happen in one fell swoop if we pass, with the adoption?
That's how we are going to present it. So we usually package all of these things together, and I have a slide in here that shows exactly the different actions that you will be presented with when you consider adopting the plan, and rezoning the parcels is one of them, yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Steve, Councilman, just to clarify, it's not 25% of the entire city. It's 25% of the Southwest Specific Plan area.
Yeah, but that's a lot to me, because we did a lot of planning for the general plan, and apparently, what 25% tells me is that even though we were doing a lot of planning for the general plan, we were really missing a lot of what was actually desired by the landowners and the community. So, it dovetails with what I'm seeing on Herndon. I've been approached in the last couple of weeks by several people that have programs on Herndon that are asking for rezoning, and so, it's just a little bit shocking that we're redoing 25% of the general plan inside of the Southwest Specific area.
And just to echo what Sophia said, it's just the drill down of the specific
Yeah.
area. And the general plan, we do our best with community engagement and what have you to umbrella the whole city in that planning process,
Yeah.
but the specific plan is just exactly what it is. It's a specific plan drilling down in that particular area.
I know we don't have to do it for another 10 or 15 years, but the next time we start working on a general plan, we probably shouldn't spend so much time trying to project the general plan. We should let some of those decisions be made once we get to the specifics plan level. And just like the people that want to develop their own property on Herndon, anytime somebody looks specifically or does a drill down, they realize this is not what I wanted to do with my property. So I'm not against it or anything, but that's a big number. So it was just interesting to me. So I wanted to clarify before
Okay, and building on that, just to give you a little bit more about how the comparison works out, relative to the current general plan, the Southwest Specific Plan limits new industrial facilities. It includes more office land use, more single-family land use, less multifamily land use, and a similar amount of mixed-use land use around and commercial uses on the corridors. So other plan highlights include pedestrian and bicycle network that was developed in the active transportation plan that has been incorporated into the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. Park classifications and acreages were refined. That was a real concern of the community. Of course, the BRT corridor on California Avenue that was planned in the general plan does carry through to the Southwest Fresno Specific Plan. Truck routes are reworked, again, to try and avoid more of the existing residential neighborhoods. And the Southwest Specific Plan encourages workforce development.
How does it encourage workforce development?
Well, one of the magnet core sites is currently laid out for a public facility that would be a community college. It's proposed as a community college, and there have been conversations with State Center Community College District about locating a satellite campus there that would very much reinforce workforce development.
So the fact that we're going to put a community college there is going to help workforce development.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
Drilling down a little bit further, the plan does include overlays on 2 corridors, and these would be zoning provisions that are added just to the frontages of properties along Kearney Boulevard to preserve the historic character, and California Avenue to preserve the pedestrian and transit-oriented design. So essentially what those overlays do is prohibit large brick walls from being built in front of the homes, preserving the typical setbacks of the larger historic homes on Kearney Boulevard and on California, making sure that we don't have subdivisions backing onto California with cinder block walls where pedestrians cannot access the transit corridor. The implementation priorities of the plan basically focus around 3 different areas, and these are the magnet cores plus the transit corridor. So number 1 that I'm showing on the map there is what's been called the Martin Luther King Activity Center with the proposed community college along Church Avenue and retail along the south. The second priority is Marks and Whitesbridge, a retail magnet core, and the third is bus rapid transit, the California Avenue corridor. And I just want to talk a little bit more about kind of unpacking those priorities. So first priority is the Martin Luther King magnet core. The steering committee really focused on incentivizing and supporting the development of the proposed community college campus. And then with supporting priorities of new complete streets around that magnet core, so Church Avenue, Martin Luther King, and Jensen, a new park within the activity center that would be south of the proposed community campus, and trails that would connect that magnet core to other parts of Southwest Fresno and into downtown. So that is the set of priorities that is the first set of priorities. Second set of priorities focused on the Marks and Whitesbridge magnet core up in the northwest portion of the plan area and includes complete streets, new parks, and trails with emphasis on retail development at that one. And then additionally, a grocery store or food co-op and the bus rapid transit system on California were noted as high priority projects. And I'm just showing you the map again. Finally, additional priorities that were identified were an employment, training, and career development center, local workforce policy, a specific plan oversight committee, and an anti-displacement strategy. And I'm just going to caveat that one by saying, yes, that was called for and will be included. However, the plan is focused on catalyzing vacant land. It is not focused on planning a new development on top of an existing neighborhood. It's meant to enhance existing neighborhoods. So what are the next steps? The schedule is first milestone this Monday is the last day to comment on the draft EIR, which has been out for its 45-day comment period. And then this item, this package of items related to the plan is scheduled for your consideration on October 26th. And the item will include repeal of the Edison Community Plan, adoption of the Southwest Specific Plan, amendment of the Fresno General Plan, and rezoning of property to be consistent with the land uses in the Southwest Specific Plan. And again, that would apply to 25% of the parcels. And then adoption of a text amendment to implement the corridor overlays.
Sophia, I have a question on the rezone.
Yes.
You know, we have experienced some issues when we recently adopted the new development code and did some rezoning with notice.
Mm-hmm.
And so the same kind of concerns that I raised back when we voted on the update, I just want to make sure that folks know that, will there be an opportunity for folks to ensure that, you know, if they didn't get the notice that, you know, they could have had to come back and challenge whatever the new zoning that is being placed on their land, that they have an opportunity to come back to the city? How have you guys addressed that in terms of notification?
So we will be, in addition to publishing the notice in the paper, which is the legal requirement, we will be distributing a brochure flyer out into the community to let them know about these items. And additionally, you know, the general plan cleanup process has also worked well for, you know, particular requests, and so that would be how we would plan on addressing any concerns that would come up after the fact.
Okay, so there will be an opportunity for kind of a general cleanup process for folks that maybe felt like if they're out of town, you know, even if you do, say, flyers or whatnot, there may be some property owners that are not present or, you know, don't have anything on their land.
I would say if the council directs us to do that upon adoption,
I'd actually like to have that, because I think notification of folks is important and give them an opportunity for them to come back, just like we've afforded in previous cases with the previous adoption of the new development code and so forth. I don't know how my other colleagues feel
noted.
about that.
So I'm just closing with where you can get information, and I did want to add that this body has received digital copies of the Southwest Specific Plan and the EIR. However, if you would like hard copies, just let us know and we'll get those to you right away. The digital copies can be found on the project webpage, which is at fresno.gov Southwest Plan. And of course, we have a comment email address that I mentioned for benefit of the public, if anyone in the public has a comment. So that concludes my presentation.
Okay, we have a couple of council members punched up, Member Brandow and then Member Chavez.
All right. So a couple comments listening to the presentation today. So when we're moving from some properties that were zoned for multifamily and the community wants more single family, correct? Mm-hmm. So it's a reduction in density, right? Residential density. And how is that complying with our state, whatever, housing?
The housing element?
Yeah,
yes.
Housing element.
So we definitely have been very intentional about looking at the housing density so that we don't run afoul of the housing element. The housing element actually includes excess capacity right now. In other words, we've identified something like 6,000 units of excess capacity, and the reduction in units that would be contemplated in the Southwest Plan is far less than that. I believe it's to the tune of about 800 units less than what was called for in the general plan. So, in other words, it fits within our housing budget to maintain consistency with the housing element.
Okay, cool. And I'm very supportive of that, and to the residents of Southwest Fresno that are interested in this plan, I'm glad that you're making the request for single-family housing, because really that's where people predominantly like to live. And so I think that's a very good thing. Is there any impact on water by these zoning changes?
No.
Okay.
There's, we have enough water to accommodate the plan.
Okay, okay. And then how does this plan, how will it interact with the TCC process? I mean, there's a great overlap between the cap and trade money that's coming into the city of Fresno and this specific plan. So, like for instance, you mentioned the community campus, and I believe that is one of the project requests at TCC, and I know that hasn't been finalized or anything. But so, how do you see the two things happening, this Southwest specific plan and TCC working together?
Well, the Southwest Fresno specific plan, once it's adopted, becomes an eligible specific plan from which projects can be proposed and be eligible for TCC. So, in other words, TCC funds may be able to be used for projects that are proposed in the Southwest specific plan once the plan is adopted.
And are some of the desired components of the Southwest specific plan hinged upon approval of specific projects? Like, for instance, if TCC, if the community campus is not chosen as a TCC project, which I would support that it would be, but if it wasn't, would that project still go forward inside this specific plan, the community campus and so forth?
The plan is still the plan with all of its priorities. I don't think the priorities of the plan would change dependent on funding. They are the priorities.
Okay. So. And so does that also include the bus rapid transit line on California, or is that already scheduled in our city's bus rapid transit rollout?
Well, it was certainly envisioned in the general plan, and so frankly, I don't know if there have been any TCC proposals to fund that or what the funding is for bus rapid transit, but it would remain in the Southwest specific plan.
Okay. And then where is the proposed community campus on our plan? Is it on this map that you just showed us?
Yes, it is. Okay, so if you look at item number 1, the site there, that is
Yes.
the one of the magnet cores. If you look at where the arrow is pointing, there's a turquoise blue rectangle right above the end of the arrow. That is the proposed community college site.
And who owns that land now?
Right now, I believe it's a Blue Ocean Development. I believe, I'm not actually sure
Okay.
whose name exactly the property is in at this
Okay.
time.
But, I mean, they're working with us. They want to see a campus there.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Member Chavez?
Thank you for that presentation. I think this is going to be the first of many steps that the city takes in trying to make things right for Southwest Fresno. After decades of neglect, back in the 80s, we lived on Jensen and Elm, right behind the tire shop, and we've seen that area transform, but it needs a lot of help. A couple of months ago, I had a chance to go to the Fresno Historical Society's archives, and you see some of the pictures there on Kearney Boulevard and St. Alphonsus, and I think what happened in the 70s and the 80s was just embarrassing. So I'm going to be supportive of this plan and the work, but I think the hard part will come next, because I remember in the 90s, they didn't have a shopping center. And the biggest challenge that Southwest has always had is the perception of just poverty and crime. And quite honestly, there's been a lot of times when the carrot's been dangled in front of that community with Running Horse, and then that not materializing. And so here we are again, trying to spearhead, but I think there's a lot more energy this time, and I think this body would be supportive of the work that we're trying to make happen out there. I know our new city manager, Wilma, has been very involved with that process, so I'm excited about this, but I think the hard work will be bringing all those amenities to that part of town, and I agree. I think at the end of the day, we have to, put our money where our mouth is. So I'm hoping that this will be the true pivotal moment for Southwest Fresno and their residents. So thank you for that, the work. I know that was a pretty rambunctious process that they went through, but I think they came up with a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you. The screen is clear. Thank you very much, staff. And that ends the items that we have on our general administration today. And now we can, yeah, we're done with it. And now we will move to the 10:30 a.m. number 1, which is a presentation regarding the extension of hours at Shinzen Garden. Somebody called in? Is that what that was? No, maybe Oliver's trying to get through. All right, our apologies. You have the floor.
That's quite an interjection there. If I start coughing, one thing about living in a valley, you got these allergies, and I might be coughing in between my presentation, but Anyway, my name is Paul Saito. I'm a landscape architect. I have offices at 1295 Northwest Shawn in the Tower District. And in 1972, the city of Fresno hired our firm to design the Japanese garden in Woodward Park. And so, as you see, I've been involved for many years in the garden. And when I did move my offices to Fresno, I got drafted to become on the board of directors of the Shinzen Garden. So I think it's been over 30 years now that I've been on the board. But back in July, 3 members of our board came before you and wanted to extend the hours by increasing the fees for the children, veterans, and seniors, and for the families. And I was here, but I didn't have a chance to give my point of view, since it was a little different from the ones that made the presentation. And I agree with your decision of turning down the raising of the fees. And I understand that. I'm a member of the Police Activities League, PAL, and we service young kids to keep them out of drugs and out of gangs. And I work very closely with Captain Salazar, and Luis Chavez is in his district, and he's one of the great persons in our PAL group that is helping other kids. But anyway, getting back to our Shinzen Garden. Now, I lived here in Fresno for over 30 years, and I did many studies on the amount of visitors that go to Yosemite. And last year, over 4 million tourists went into Yosemite National Parks. And 3 million tourists went up to Sequoia National Parks, Sequoia Kings Canyon National Parks. So, that's 7 million tourists when you look at 7 million tourists. And here Fresno is the only city in the United States that has 3 national parks within 75 miles of its city limits as an entrance into these 3 national parks. And we have never taken advantage of that. And I think by doing so, by extending our hours, as we know now, during the spring and summer months, the garden does not open till 4 o'clock in the evenings. So and most of the tourists that come through Fresno are here in the daytime, and unless they come back in the evenings when the garden is open, they miss coming into our gardens. So we have a missed opportunity have a potential of getting these people into our garden. And so last year, the attendance to our garden was only 23,698 persons, and that includes 2,030 for adults, 5,417 for seniors, veterans, and children, and 5,417 families. But when you multiply, families usually have at least 3 people, so that would boost it up in attendance-wise like 16,251 for families. So the total would be about 23,698, but the total income was only $51,988, $52,000 for a whole year, and that's not very much. And based on last year's attendance, 18% were adults, 48% were seniors, veterans, and children, and 34% were families, which indicates that a total of 82% of the total for families and veterans and children were 82%, and only 18% were adults. And as you remember, they wanted to keep the adults at $5. They wanted to raise the children's and veterans and adults, the children and the veterans and seniors to $3, and then the families from $10 to $15. And being on the board for going on 30 years now, and knowing the history of attendance, I didn't see any reason for raising the fees. So I was one in the minority. I still am a minority, but in the minority on the board. And I didn't see where they came up with the idea of raising the fees. And so, as you saw last time, I didn't get to speak. So, but anyway, I'm here today, and Gary was good enough to ask me back and give my presentation on why we should go ahead with the extension of the hours and justification for it. By extending the hours from, first of all, let's say that if we only got 2% of the 4 million people that went to Yosemite National Parks, that could be a potential of 80,000 tourists that come to our garden. And then if we said that we charge $3. If you add up the $1 and the $5 for adults and the $10 for families at the current rates, that would be like $16 for the three categories. And so that would average out, say, $5. But I said, I put in a figure in my study, I put in $3. So I'm a couple dollars under, so I wanted to be a little bit more conservative. And then by using the $3 figure, by using this 80,000 tourists, this would bring in about $240,000 in gate fees. That's just Yosemite National Park. And then if you take in, say, 1% of the $3 million that went into the Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, it would generate 30,000 tourists at say at a ticket price of $3 with all categories, would generate around $90,000. So combine the two between the Kings Canyon, Sequoia National Parks, and Yosemite, that would bring in approximately $330,000. So that's just in revenue from individuals coming into the park. By extending the gate hours from 10 a.m. to dusk, an average of 20 tour buses a week come through Fresno from Japan, Korea, and Japan, and China, Korea, and Japan, and that's not including Europe and other countries. But I kind of emphasize those three because they're all Asian countries and they are more prone to come to an Oriental Garden. So I use those as a basis for the bus tours coming through Fresno. In 9 months, and I'm not saying 12 months, I'm using 9 months to be conservative, and there's 800 buses would pass through Fresno on the way to Yosemite. And if each bus had 40 passengers, multiplied by 800 buses in 9 months, a total of 32,000 passengers would be passing through Fresno. If 32 tourists visited the Shinzen Garden and paid $3 or $5 per adult, because most people on tour buses are adults, they're not usually children on tour buses. So if they paid the $5 adult fee, that would generate about $160,000 in gate fees. Now, if you added bus traveling to Kings Canyon, Sequoia National Parks, with an average of only 5 tour buses coming through Fresno per week, that would generate, out of 9 months of the year, there would be about 200 tour buses that would come through Fresno, and that would total about 8,000 passengers. If these 8,000 tourists visit the Shinzen Garden at $5 per person, that would generate $40,000 in gate fees. So by collecting gate fees from buses attending Yosemite and Kings Canyon at $160, and from tour buses attending Kings Canyon, that would generate about $200,000 just for bus tours. By aiding gate fees generated from the individual tourists and at $330,000 and gate fees generated from tour buses at $200,000, a grand total of $530,000 could be generated based on current gate fees. And this is, keep in mind, this is only for 9 months of the year and not 12 months of the year. Now, hiring full-time gatekeepers 7 days a week would cost approximately $40,000, which is a small price to pay if we're generating over $500,000 a year in gate fees. So extending the hours from 10 a.m. to dusk this would be not raising the fees for children, veterans, and seniors, and families. If these projections of $530,000 in gate fees are cut in half, the city would still generate $265,000. So that's a far cry from what we're generating now at around $50,000. If these projections, okay, the only problem attracting more visitors to the garden is our garden needs to be better maintained. If you go out there now, many people say, oh yeah, it looks pretty good. But I'm a landscape architect. I designed the garden, and I designed it to be a pristine garden because I've been to different gardens throughout California. And like San Diego has 6 full-time gardeners. We have 1 gardener that maintains 6 acres of Japanese garden. And he's in Woodward Park. And sometimes they pull him out of Shinzen Garden to do something in Woodward Park. So we don't really have a full-time, and he's not a trained gardener. And the other day, you remember how hot it was this summer? Well, one of the sprinkler systems was not working. So we went out and we told the guy, I says, can't you fix that sprinkler? He says, no, you have to call Public Works. because they fix the sprinkler systems. So here, this guy doesn't know a damn thing about irrigation systems, and he's supposed to be a gardener in our garden. And if a sprinkler breaks, he should be able to fix the damn thing. So these are some of the problems we have in the garden as far as maintenance goes. We really need 3 full-time gardeners to properly maintain the garden. And as you remember, 2 years ago, we were able to persuade the Clark Center to bring us the $1 million bonsai collection into our garden. Well, we now have that in our garden, and of course you need a full-time person to maintain those bonsai, because if you don't water them one day on those shallow-rooted plants and these very expensive bonsai, they could die. So we really need 3 full-time gardeners to maintain the garden at a proper scale. We really need 4, but I'd say 3 minimum we need to maintain that garden in a pristine position. So by extending the hours, we can generate the money. The city can generate enough revenue to be able to sustain 3 full-time gardeners, plus have a full-time gatekeepers at $40,000 a year. And so we believe that if the city council consider extending the hours 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to dusk, and on 7 days a week, that we would be able to generate this kind of income, and then allow to have us the full-time gatekeepers and allow more tourists to take advantage of visiting one of Fresno's prime tourist attractions as part of their itinerary and visiting the 3 national parks, which would generate much-needed revenue for the city of Fresno. And as revenues are generated from gate fees, the 2 additional gardeners can be added to the maintain the garden. So one of the things we need to do is marketing promotion campaigns to contact all the travel agencies that set up the itineraries for all the buses that come through Fresno, which would be the next step in our proposal to generate the kind of income that we're talking about. And I know I have a friend that's a travel agency in San Francisco, Mr. Takabe. He's does Japan tours, and they have buses coming through Fresno on a daily basis. So I know there's others, the Korean, the Chinese groups we can contact, and I think by doing a proper marketing program with these various travel agencies, we can generate the kind of income that comes through here. And I know sometimes, since I do all the pro bono work out there for additions to the garden, I was out there on one day, and there's a family who was outside the gate, and this is like 11 o'clock in the morning, and they were standing out there, and they said, isn't the garden open? I said, no, it won't open to 4 o'clock. She said, well, we came from Australia, and we wanted to see the garden, and we can't get in. I said, well, I have a key. I let them in, and I didn't collect any money from them, but, if they're coming from that far, I mean, they deserve to see the garden. So I let them in and gave them a little tour of the garden. But, I mean, this is just an example of we're just turning away people coming from all over the world to see our garden, and it's closed. So we really need to expand the hours to make it profitable and make it available to people that come during the day. And most people that go to, like I said, national parks, they go during the day. They don't come in the evenings. They go in the daytime. So that's what we would like to see, the extent of the hours without raising the fees. And that's why I'm here today. Like I say, I didn't agree with our other members, and I agreed with the council at the time. So I went to see Gary. Maybe you saw me sitting back there by myself at the last council meeting, and you asked me what I was doing. I said, well, I was going to tell you about this, but I didn't get a chance to talk about it. And so I went to Gary, and Gary says, come back in September, and so I'm here today.
Now, Member Bredefeld will speak.
Paul, thank you very much for your presentation today. I think it's an excellent presentation. I think there's a lot of opportunity that you've cited in here from people who come to Fresno, don't know about Chinzen Gardens. We have a lot of tourists from Asian communities that would definitely want to come and visit, and I think, as you shared with the people from Australia would want to come and see it. It's a jewel in the area. And so it probably isn't as well known, which raises some issues about advertising more. But I think, you raise good points in terms of why this really may work in terms of expanding the hours. So I was talking with our city manager. I know she's got a number of ideas, but I want to thank you because, this is a private citizen coming forward with some excellent ideas about how we can improve Shins Inn Gardens, make it more attractive so people are coming and utilizing it without just simply raising fees to generate more money. Obviously, if you have more people coming in, you're going to be raising money as well. So, again, Paul, fantastic job. I appreciate you coming in and sharing this, and I think a lot of the council members are impressed and want to do something to help with this. City Manager?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sato, for being here. I am on. Yeah, I am on. What I'd like to do is have staff work with you and analyze your proposal and have conversations with the board about how we can do and work with you to do increased advertising. And then we'll come back to council with a few recommendations. I'm sure we can do that this fall. I'm getting the nod. So yeah, so I appreciate you coming today and out, laying this out before us. It's very helpful, and we support opening the hours to Shenzhen and celebrating, that asset in our community. So thank you.
Is there any other questions, Council? Yes,
Member Brandow.
Yeah, I also thought it was a very well thought out presentation, and I'm glad that we're going to crunch the numbers and sit down with Paul and look at that. So I was against raising the fees, but I think this is a more realistic approach of covering some of the cost by extending the hours and letting more people come in. And so I would be supportive of that, when it gets brought to council. By the way, I think the gardens are beautiful as they are, but I understand what you're saying. You need more gardeners to really maintain it at the level that you guys really want it. And I would suggest, and maybe you guys have already done this, but we could have talks with the horticulture department at Fresno State, and maybe they could help find a way of supporting one, if not more, of the gardeners that you're asking for. I mean, it would be fantastic for some of the students to have firsthand experience with a bonsai garden, for instance, and different things like that. So maybe that's an avenue that could deal with getting you an extra one or two bodies out there that and then they would be able to put that on their resume, and it'd be fantastic for everybody. So, but I'd be very supportive of extending the hours.
There's a couple points that I failed to mention. That because of the city doesn't have the budget to hire additional gardeners, we have volunteers that come on one Saturday a month to come work in to help maintain the garden. So a lot of the work is done by volunteers at the present time. And and the second thing is, and I think Mr. Olivier mentioned it at the last meeting, that a few years ago, we had a volunteer gatekeeper that came in and manned the gate. Her name was Beth Tabor. She worked at the garden every day and into her 80s until she was 80-something years old. And of course, she knew all the ducks' names and everything. But anyway, we did have volunteers, and that's another source of maybe reducing the amount of paying a gatekeeper, of getting volunteers to man the gates. And I know a lot of nonprofit gardens have these volunteers that come in to man the gates. That's another source of reducing the costs.
Thank you, Paul.
I just wanted to say this is really exciting. This is great. I mean, an opportunity is here. You have a great asset. You have a great attraction and amenity for folks, not just in our city. I mean, you're thinking beyond the city and the county and the state. You're thinking internationally.
Right.
I think you're going to get a lot of interest. There are a lot of the tour buses is brilliant, and I think you're going to be very, very successful. And I think we all stand with you in our willingness to support in as much as you can possibly take on. I think if you were able to just get a small percentage of them, your amenity would be a resounding success. And I think the fruits of that are a lot of people are going to get to enjoy all the hard work that you and so many others have put in over the decades. So full steam ahead, and we support you. So thank you.
Well, the other thing about volunteers, they're not trained gardeners.
Right.
They come in, and then they may not come back the next month, or
right.
So you're constantly retraining people, and you really need people that are trained. Let's take special pruning, especially on bonsai.
Right.
You really need special pruning, and so you need you need people to know what they're doing. And then, we'll have to get into we got some other problems out there that I'm not going to issue today, but anyway, this is the main issue that we wanted to get across to you today.
Well, I think that I would like to come out for a tour.
Yes.
It's been a while since I've been
I'd be
there,
happy
so
to
I'll be in
take
touch.
the council on. I know Gary's coming out next month. or
Yeah,
this month.
we'll come out too. I'll bring my family.
Good.
We'll come out too. Thank you.
Be happy to give you a tour.
But I mean, you said you've got some other issues too that you tell Gary offline, and then he can get those things fixed, and we can fix those. I mean, those are the kinds of things that we can absolutely
Well, we
do.
have a MOU with the city right now.
Okay.
And there's 27 items that the city is supposed to do. They only do 10 right now.
Uh-oh.
I mean, that's just a
Sounds
example.
There's some room for improvement.
Yeah.
All right, we will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Paul.
All right. It is time for the 10:30 number 2 item. This is the SPCA workshop from the city manager's office. Do we have folks here from the SPCA today? Yes. Hello. Thank you. All right. Take it away.
Good morning. Good morning. And thank you very much for inviting the Central California SPCA here. My name is Linda Van Kirk, and I am the Executive Director. Now, I'm going to apologize to you in advance because I have a lot of stuff to carry over and tell you about, and I understand the time constraints, so please forgive me if I talk really super fast here to get through all of this.
You have as much time as you need.
Okay, thank you.
We can break at noon, and then so that's 40 minutes, and then when we come back, you can take as much time as you need.
Okay, cool.
This issue
Thanks.
is very important to us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, the purpose of this presentation is to provide an overview of the various components of the animal control services provided by the Central California SPCA, CCSPCA we call it, as called for in the current contract with the City of Fresno. The CCSPCA supports our community's needs as it pertains to our mission statement to provide protection, placement, and education to ensure responsible animal care. We are a volunteer, nonprofit, private corporation that offers the city a service for a fee. We are but one of your many vendors and are not a public agency. So the first slide that you see up there, these are the 5 main areas covered in the contract: animal control, animal sheltering, pound service, veterinary, and education. Now, each of these services we want to explore in greater depth, and unless noted, and because of the recent animal tracking software cutover issue we've been having lately, all stats shown are for the fiscal year 2015-2016. The first main service to be reviewed is animal control, and within that service are 3 components: dog licensing, leash law, and rabies control. So let's look at that first component of the dog licensing. We ensure that dogs over 4 months of age are vaccinated for rabies, issue licenses, and collect license fees for all dog adoptions and reclaims. Neighborhoods are canvassed by licensed investigators, and warnings and citations are issued as needed. Neighborhoods are chosen based upon stray populations and are rotated so that the entire city is covered.
When do you make those, or how do you make those determinations of the canvassing of the neighborhoods?
It's due to the populations in the zip codes is what we take a look at. And I'm going to be covering the zip codes here. We know where the stray populations are, and so we target the high areas, and those are the neighborhoods that we go into.
How often is that done?
All year long.
But what does that mean? Does that mean that you have someone going out once a day?
We have
every day,
yes.
Maybe every Wednesday?
Every week, every day. We have 2 licensed investigators who are out in the neighborhoods. Okay, our licensed investigators also use this residential canvassing as an opportunity to educate residents about the importance of spaying and neutering their pets, other aspects of pet responsibility, and to answer any animal-related questions the residents may ask. Last fiscal year, 5,824 contacts were made, 2,552 warnings were issued, and 121 citations were issued, ranging in the amounts from $100 to $400. Staff consists of 2 licensed investigators and a licensing agent. The second component of the Animal Control Service is leash law enforcement, which addresses the city's stray population. We'll also take a closer look here at our dispatch operation and animal control officers. In the fiscal year 15-16, CCSPCA took in 27,600 animals total. Of the 14,000 dogs, 10,000 were strays. And of the 12,100 cats, 9,800 were strays. 24,400 of the total animals taken in were live. That equates to an average of 67 every day. Now, here's an informative chart that helps clarify the locations that the strays are coming in at. And it's by zip code, and you can see that the codes most affected are 93706, 93702, and 93722. And here's another chart. It's an informative chart that helps clarify the locations that the strays are coming in by zip code. The zip codes most affected here this one shows the intake per 1,000. So 93706 again is the highest with an intake of 92 animals per 1,000, followed by 93728 with 57 per 1,000, and then 93701 with 54 per 1,000. Okay, now our dispatch operation. They handle all the incoming calls to the public. These stats are for the 16-17 fiscal year. Incoming calls to dispatch, which operates Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., 39,556 calls came in. In addition, incoming calls to the answering service, which is the after-hour service that we use, 14,092. So total incoming calls were 53,648, or 147 per day. Of those calls coming in, we answered 41,577. Calls dispatched for service to the animal control officers was 16,000. Average calls answered per dispatcher, 7 calls per hour, or 56 per day. Average wait time, 5 minutes and 56 seconds. Abandoned calls, 12,081. One dispatcher alone handles a call volume that generates the pickup of 3,500 strays. Staff consists of 2 dispatchers, 1 dispatch supervisor, and 2 data entry clerks. Total calls received, entire facility-wide, over 300,000 annually, which equates out to 800 a day. Now let's take a look at our animal control officers, or the ACO operation. We have an animal control staff of 13 ACOs plus 1 ACO manager. They perform the following services Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Leash law enforcement, which are the animals running at large, service calls to pick up confined strays, deceased animals, animals in distress, and contained, injured, or deceased wildlife. They also assist Fresno PD and emergency agencies on calls by restraining resident dogs. From 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. every night, and from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the weekends and holidays, ACOs respond to emergency calls only. Emergency calls consist of injured or sick animals, aggressive animals, and road hazards. On the average, 1 ACO picks up approximately 650 strays per year. ACOs respond to 14,700 non-licensed enforcement calls and drive nearly 240,000 miles annually. Now, this next chart is somewhat self-explanatory. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. It's a grid, and it depicts the geographical area assigned to our ACOs by the day of the week, the type of duty, and after hours. For example, on the far left-hand column, this column shows 4 ACOs assigned to leash law enforcement on Monday. It's our busiest day of the week. And in the territory and it also shows the territory that they cover, which is quite large, spanning from Hayes Avenue in the west to DeWolf in the east. The third and final component of animal control is rabies control. One ACO is assigned to investigate animal bite reports and rabies control cases, which include all animals, not just dogs, in cooperation with the county health department. This ACO issues quarantine notices, observes the animals, and educates the owner on quarantine laws. Of particular importance, please note the number of dog bites within the city increased from 480 in 2013 to 853 in 2016. The second main contract service to be provided in the contract is animal sheltering. And within animal sheltering, there are two components, and that is the shelter and animal care. The shelter is open 365 days a year. Reclaim, surrender, and adoption hours are 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., 6 p.m. on Wednesday. Stray intake hours are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., 6 p.m. on Wednesday. And staff consists of 7 customer service agents, 1 intake associate, 1 customer service supervisor, and 1 shelter operations manager that covers and oversees the entire animal care aspect. Now, with regard to that animal care component, we house approximately 300 to 700 animals daily. Animals are fed twice daily and provided water as needed throughout the day. Kennels are cleaned and thoroughly every morning and spot cleaned throughout the day. Staffing includes 1 veterinarian, 2 shelter veterinary assistants, and 18 care assistants, and 1 kennel supervisor. By the way, inside there should be some packets that you have up there from us, and there contains some supportive information, which includes an organization chart of the entire organization. So that might help you out. Okay. Now, the third main contract service is the pound service. Within the service, there are 3 components: holding periods, lost and found, and outcomes. So let's take a look at the first component, which is the holding periods. Hold time for animals with no identification is 4 days, excluding the first day of impoundment. Hold time for animals with identification, and that includes microchip, license, or collar with tags, is 10 days, and commences upon the following. A call is made to owner on record. If no answer, a letter is mailed to the owner's address. Once the stray holding period ends, animals are subject to health and temperament assessments before being transferred to the CCSPCA Adoption Center. The second component of the pound service is lost and found, and our goal is always to reunite pets with their owners as quickly as possible. So the following information services are provided to the public. We have a website that displays pictures of all the impounded strays. The website also lists other shelters and places to search, as well as tips to find lost pets. Binders and flyers of lost and found pets are maintained in our strays building. Other places to search and tips for handling lost pets are also on display in the strays building. The third and final component of the pound service is outcomes. Outcomes consist of reclaims, adoptions, rescue, and euthanasia. And we're going to take a look at each one of those areas separately. First, the reclaims. Of 9,800 stray cats that were brought into our shelter, only 118 were reclaimed. Of the 10,000 stray dogs that were taken in, only 1,123 were reclaimed. Adoptions. Adoptions totaled 4,398, and included were 920 adoptions made at our off-site locations at River Park, PetSmart, and Petco. In addition, we placed 1,187 animals into foster care to help them become adoptable. Staffing for adoptions include 7 adoption agents, 1 off-site adoption coordinator, and 1 foster coordinator. The third area in outcomes is rescue. We transferred out 2,854 animals to the 80-plus rescue organizations we work with. Staffing includes 1 rescue coordinator. The fourth and final area of outcomes is euthanasia. The live release rate for dogs is 52%. Live release rate for cats is 33%. The overall live release rate is 43%. There is no set or predetermined time frame for any animal to be euthanized. Factors include health, age, behavior, temperament, adoptability, and space. Euthanasia is performed by certified technicians. The fourth main service provided in the contract is for veterinary care. Depending upon the extent of injuries, strays are either treated by our shelter medical team or taken to an off-site emergency veterinary clinic for care. We have a contract with Veterinary Emergency Services, which is VES, to perform veterinary care after hours, weekends, and holidays. Daily veterinary care is overseen by the shelter veterinarian on staff. Treatment is given by the veterinarian and/or shelter veterinary assistants. Now, the final and main service area covered in the contracts is education. Last fiscal year, we provided the following educational activities and programs: 57 on-site tours, 109 off-site presentations, 110 on-site presentations, attended 198 community events, and conducted our second annual summer camp. All of this was done with one humane educator. Now, in those packages that, again, the supporting information, there's a list of all of the different kinds in detail of what our education staff provides. In preparation for this workshop, and in order to help everyone understand just how Fresno's animal control services compare to other statewide animal control agencies and organizations, we decided to conduct a survey. Oakland Animal Services conducted a similar survey back in 2013 of the top 10 cities in California. Using their survey as a base, we reached out to more than 40 entities. To date, we have received 28 responses and more are expected. Data collected includes such items as budget, animal intake, number of strays, live release rates, shelter locations, number of ACOs and staff, salary ranges, calls for service, and spay-neuter laws. We made no attempt at data analysis. We only wish to share our findings with you. Our first chart depicts the annual animal intake per 1,000 population. Fresno's intake is 54 animals per 1,000, and the population data is based upon most current consensus data. This next slide covers the annual budget to animal intake number of the top 10 cities in California. Ranked, Fresno is the 5th largest city, yet it is number 10 on the list with a $133 cost per intake. This chart takes the same cost dollar per intake and compares Fresno to all the other responding agencies and organizations grouped by regions. So you have the coast, the San Joaquin Valley, Northern California, and then, of course, the Central Valley here. So perhaps some of you might think that, and we thought it too, that maybe we were kind of down at the bottom of the pack here, so to speak, because of the differences in wages and earnings in the state of California. Everybody knows that San Francisco and Los Angeles have higher costs of living. So what we did then was to take a look at that and try to weigh it out a little bit more evenly, trying to compare apples to apples. So to account for the difference in the cost of living between the regions of our state, this next table compares the percentage that each entity spends on animal control based upon the average wage for their particular city. For instance, Fresno's average wage is $38,140, and 0.35% of that wage is spent on animal control, as compared to Orange County's average wage of $55,105, with 2.53% of wages being spent on animal control. This next slide is just a graph of that data that you saw previously. This bar chart represents the ACO pay range for all responding entities. with Fresno having a range of $11.50 to $17 per hour to San Francisco at $26.70 an hour to $34.08 an hour. And our last slide compares the annual budget per staff position with Fresno at $47,416 compared to San Diego County's at $137,500. So in conclusion, we hope the information provides and that we provided here gives everyone a clearer picture of the animal control services performed by the Central California SPCA for the city of Fresno. As always, we invite you all to come down to the shelter and come visit with us. We want to share our stories with you, and we'd love to have you come and adopt out all of our animals. We'd also like to invite you to have a ride-along with one of our ACOs and kind of experience animal control firsthand. Just let us know if you're interested. So at this time, I'd be willing to take any questions that you may have.
I have a couple questions. I think, I'm trying to find the page. You kind of covered the process that currently exists for those animals that are caught but that have owners and that are chipped.
Yes.
You guys generally call?
Yes, we generally call. Immediately upon scanning is when we call.
Okay. And I bring that up because I have actually received several complaints of residents that their chipped animals have been caught by SPCA and they don't get calls. And so then they're stuck with the bill, after so many days that they finally discover that that's where their animal is at. How can we, maybe improve the process so that the residents of the city are getting a call immediately? Because I have a couple of examples, and I can pass on the names of these residents that are pretty upset. They had, I think, before their experience, had a pretty good feeling about SPCA, but in terms of their interactions, kind of have gone the other way and have been very vocal, calling my office and expressing their dissatisfaction with the service they were provided. And then even after the fact that they picked up their cat, this was a cat situation, they were stuck with the vet bill because their cat was then sick after the fact.
No, I totally understand their frustrations. The number that we call is listed on the microchip. So it's when we call the company, it may or may not be the current telephone number that the resident has. And we've experienced that. That's why when we call, if there is, we leave a message, or if we can't get through on a phone call, that's why we send the letter. And again, if people and residents don't update their microchip information, if they move, then we don't have an address to send that letter to.
What if they have a caller, like for example, this specific, and I have it all, typed up that my staff gave me. This was last year, but she says, my cat had a caller with this name, my address, and my number, and my cat was also microchipped. She said it took a number of days to find her cat finally was at SPCA.
Okay. Without knowing the particular instances in that, I'd be more than happy to take that information and research it and then get back to you on that one.
Yeah, I just because this is just one example of a number of folks with similar, so if we can improve on that process, I hate, getting these calls from my constituents that they're unsatisfied with the service, and then on top of that, they're being charged. So I want to make sure and assure them that that won't happen to them. A couple other questions that I had. I know that back in August, there was a report from the city manager that had reported to the council that in the last fourth quarter there were 2 complaints that were received by SPCA. I can tell you that kind of surprises me because my office receives complaints on a very, very regular basis. Not only complaints over the phone, on social media, and so they tag me all the time with a lot of complaints. I know that there's a couple of us here that get that, that discontent from our residents. So I just wanted to figure out, how is it that you guys determine what is a complaint? Are the complaints that we're reporting, are those considered complaints? What is the method that you guys are tracking that, so that, if there's a common complaint that we're fixing it? Because to me, 2 seem very surprising, because I've gotten more than 2 phone calls where people are calling very mad about the services.
So the information we provided to you all in the Trey memo was information we received from SPCA. And I was just sharing with Councilmember Bredefeld that in the 4 years or so that I've been in the city manager's office, and I don't take every call that comes to our office, but I have not received one personally. But the report that you all received earlier this year was information we received from Linda based on SPCA's. So she can respond to that.
Okay, so are those calls that you guys get personally to SPCA?
No,
or?
they are not calls. No, we respond to written formal complaints. We get calls, yes, but when asking for specific information in order to investigate that particular complaint, people won't give us the information. They like to call and they like to complain. But when requested for, address, can you be specific, what time of day, when did this happen, so that we can research it, we are more than happy to research any of those complaints. So what we do is the ones that you see there and the complaints that you get have to deal with the ones that we actually receive in written format. And we have a complaint process that is online, and we encourage people to go online and file a complaint with us. Those are the ones that we answer.
I don't know, I think I'd like to figure out how the council can work in collaboration with you guys, because just like we receive complaints on Fresco, SPCA complaints are not a new thing around here. And I think that it's worth that information is also taken into account, because I can tell you names and addresses and phone numbers and emails of the residents that I get calls from.
We would love to have that.
And they're more than 2. So
when you do get that information, please let us know. And when it happens, if it happens like tomorrow, send it to us tomorrow, because we will investigate every single complaint like that we receive.
Okay, we will send those over to you. We get plenty of them, so.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, a couple other questions. Also, the agreement that we have between the city and SPCA states that there will be quarterly meetings between us and SPCA to review the activities and performance. I'm just wondering, for the city manager, who's that point person? How can the council be involved? Because I know that this is, at least for me, it's an issue that is kind of high on my priority list, because I get a lot of complaints. And just to, so that we're able to maybe, in a way, figure out if, in that quarterly meeting, we see that there's an increase in numbers of, complaints, at least that we're receiving. So just.
There we go. So Laura in my office has been the point person for this recently. We went through the contract to make sure that we have great communication with Linda and her staff, and so we're making sure that we get the reports that are required in the contract and setting up those meetings. And so you're more than welcome to attend if you would like.
And then who would be the person at SPCA who we should be contacting with the complaints directly?
I would actually prefer that you contact me with the complaints.
Okay.
That way I can make sure that it gets to the appropriate department for response.
Great. And I know that you talked about the call volume, and
Yes.
And that seems like a significant issue. I can tell you that even for my staff, when they are trying to follow up and call, to also kind of experience what the residents are experiencing, it's been pretty challenging to get through, and I think that that's problematic when even our staff can't call to get through and talk to someone. I think we need to really work on how do we improve the service so residents don't just give up. And I think that I've at least had a lot of those complaints where they're just kind of like, well, I give up because I can't even get through to SPCA. And so that's another common thing that comes up. The agreement also states that SPCA will pay the city 25% of any new and renewed license fees. So I'm not sure where we see this accounting. Is that somewhere reflected on the reports that you guys provide the city? Like, how much of it you have in that quarterly report per the agreement?
I believe that goes over to your business office.
But is that part of the quarterly report that you provide?
No. The quarterly reports go to the city manager's office. The licensing goes to the, I think it's the business office is where it goes. I'm not sure.
I think it would, I don't know, in my perspective, it seems like that would be some information that would be good to know as part of those reports that we get to see kind of what is happening, since we are supposed to get 25% of those licensing fees. So I don't know if that's something that we could.
I don't know what's going on. Yes, we're happy to look into that.
Okay. And then just one other question. So recently you guys had closed your hospital services that were located on the site. Will you have a contract with outside services that are near the site, or how is that working?
We have a veterinarian on site that tends to the injured strays, and we contract with Veterinary Emergency Services, VES, for all after-hour emergencies. So as far as having a hospital, we really don't need a hospital at our location.
So that hasn't impacted the agreement in providing emergency services in your your perspective?
The contract spells out that we have to provide emergency services, and we contract with VES to provide those emergency services. If our shelter veterinarian on site cannot tend to those, then we take the animal to VES and or other local veterinary hospitals at our disposal.
What about any impacts for the animals in the shelter, in the immunization realm? Are there any, have we seen any impacts?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So regarding the immunizations for the animals that you have on shelter, have you seen any impacts as a result of the closure of the hospital, or the same service is being provided?
Right. The hospital provided immunizations, not to the shelter animals. They provided it to the public. Internally, we provide every animal that crosses our doors vaccinations. So our shelter veterinarian on site oversees that, and our medical team oversees that. We conduct vaccination clinics now twice a month. The hospital used to do that on Saturdays, but we have started doing it on every first and third Wednesday of the month, and we're getting a tremendous response from the community. We see a great influx of the folks coming in, especially getting their rabies because of the licensing issues, and our license investigators going door to door.
So that's on the first and third Wednesdays?
Yes, first and third.
On site or where?
On site, yes, on site.
Okay. And the same for education and outreach?
I'm sorry?
The education and outreach that your hospital provided, is that still?
Well, the hospital didn't really provide education outreach. That's done through our education department. Our humane educator does that.
Okay. And so I noticed that there's a number of zip codes, in the data that you presented, that just we are overwhelmed by, these animals. And I know that in some of the community meetings, I get some complaints about the loose dogs. I know Southwest and probably District 7 gets some of those complaints as well. I don't know, in the Southeast, Pinedale as well. Knowing the data that you have in front of you, do you guys have a strategy to address that, or is it we're just kind of doing the same old?
What we would like to do, and what we did present to the to you folks in the budget in April, was to do neighborhood sweeps. We have a horrible overpopulation of strays in the streets. Now, there's 3 ways that we can deal with that. We can do these neighborhood sweeps, which will pull them in off the streets, and then you have an aggressive spay-neuter program, whether that's going to be a mandatory spay-neuter, or perhaps the community could pull together and offer extremely low-cost spay-neuter services. And that third component is education. Now, all 3 of those have to work together. What we would like to see is at least 2 officers hired that would go out on a daily basis and sweep those neighborhoods with the highest number of strays, according to the zip codes. And by doing that, they will pull them into the shelter, of course, and then those extra animals will need the extra care, and then there's always costs associated with that. We did put together a budget and offered it up to the city, and it was denied in that June budget. So there are ways that we can do it, but it's going to cost some money.
There are no other grants that you guys can look at as a nonprofit to try to expand your budget or private fundraising?
Yes, we could, but it's not the SPCA's nonprofit side of the house that is responsible for animal control. That is a city's function. It's mandated to the city, so it should be covered in the animal control contracts.
Okay. I think that we need to figure out how we address, the rise in these numbers. I think that we need to rethink the strategy about how we go about and address the needs in some of these neighborhoods. In terms of your education and outreach, are you guys being sensitive to the diversity of the population? Like when you guys are doing I don't know if you guys have any PSAs out there. Maybe that's something that we could help you with in the Spanish language. I know that some of these neighborhoods, that's where you see a lot of people that speak Spanish that may benefit from receiving the education in their native language.
Yes, our humane educator is bilingual. So when she's out attending all of these events, she is speaking to them. And we also have a very good contact with Telemundo. And so we appear regularly on there and trying to reach neighborhoods.
Do you guys do any PSAs?
Not PSAs that, 15-second spots, 30-second spots that go up. We would love to be able to find some media that would allow us to do that free of charge. But again, that costs money to put up PSAs.
Don't we have the ability to get some free space? I think that the city needs to, maybe Wilma, that's something that we could work on. To talk to some of the media outlets, not only the Spanish media, but I even believe the English media. I think we need to partner up since this seems to be a pretty big issue in our community. So if we can look at that, that would be great.
That as well.
Those are all my questions and comments. Thank you for being here and for giving us some thorough information. Thank you.
Member Chavez.
I want to thank you for your presentation. Our office's experience has been a little different. We've been pretty happy with the responsiveness that your organization has given us, particularly with the neighborhood sweeps that we've had, specifically around schools. I know we've turned in a couple of those, and you guys have been out there and worked really well with the community, and obviously with Talia and the work that she's been doing out in our community. She does a good job of doing the outreach. But I did have a question. How often do you guys go and do the educational piece in our neighborhood schools? Because I know that oftentimes a lot of our community members see the schools as hubs for that. Is that pretty common right now in your
Yes, we do. As a matter of fact, one of the slides and in your package, the handouts there is a list, a detailed list of all the different schools that we reach with the humane education. So yeah, we do, and it's done. We have one humane educator that does that, and she's back here in the slide. We did 109 off-site presentations, and those are primarily into the schools.
Okay, good. And I know that a couple of years I worked here previously with Councilmember Sal Quintero, and we had a chance to go out and tour your facility with. A lot of people know this, but I think you guys still have a donkey there, Hector.
Yes, Hector.
He's still around.
Yes,
okay.
yes,
he's become the de facto Democrat mascot for us. So I'm due for a selfie with him.
You can come out anytime.
But I know that just from my colleagues and hearing the conversation, I know it took a lot of work in making sure that our residents called in and reported, because I know you use that as data points for how you dispatch your officers. And, my family's been a big supporter of your organization, and that was even before the Sarah McLaughlin videos that made you feel guilty came on TV. But I just wanted to thank you for the work that you've been doing, and we hope to continue working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to take, the screen is clear, and typically I speak last, and I'm going to beg everyone's pardon unless you'd like to come back after lunch, which I'm assuming folks from media and you folks don't want to come back after lunch. So I'll just share a couple of items. Thank you. A couple of my thoughts, and of course, I wanted to thank you for coming here today. I wanted to thank you for your fine presentation. I wanted to thank you for doing really difficult work in a difficult situation. I have always recognized from the first day I came to this seat, I've always recognized that what you do is very difficult, and it's so hard to provide the kind of service that is required by a community such as ours with a budget such as the one you have. It's hard to educate a population such as ours that requires humane education on the kind of budget that you have. I think that we went sideways in years past, and I regret that. However, I still feel as if the city can help your organization more with some creative ideas. I think that I heard one of my colleagues mention collaboration, and I think that that's how I feel in terms of council members participating to a greater degree with your organization. And here's really the crux of the issue for me. I have found when I try to call, when members of my office staff try to call, we have a zip code that gets a lot of complaints, a lot of stray animals. I've found your organization to be completely unresponsive. It's very, very difficult to get through, even though the council offices deal directly with constituent matters. Unless District 5 has a different phone number, we call the switchboard just like anyone else does. And sometimes we get lost in the shuffle, and I think that's what my council colleague was trying to communicate to you as well. Just for example, I saw who I correctly believe to be Syrian immigrants at the corner, an intersection in my community, who were out panhandling with their very small children. This was a few months ago. I was able to pick up the phone. I called the director of the Housing Authority, and I called the director of the Fresno Interdenominational Refugee Ministry. This was on a Sunday afternoon. I called both of them. They both answered their cell phones, and this family's needs were addressed immediately. That's not something that I've ever been able to experience with the SPCA. In my personal experience, I have found that you have a very closed organization. I think that that's lamentable, but I don't think that that's something that has to be in place forever. I think that you don't have anything to fear by opening up your organization, not to scrutiny, but to collaboration. Collaboration with this city and these taxpayers that pay the lion's share of your budget. You mentioned that your organization serves as a vendor to the city, and I couldn't disagree more. You're not selling this city tires, and you're not selling this city concrete. I believe that the SPCA in our community is a community partner. However, I do believe that you function as a pseudo-law enforcement organization in the city. You have employees that you refer to as animal control officers, just the way we have employees that we refer to as police officers. You send your people out with badges. You send your people out in marked vehicles with a form of flashing light on the roof. This looks like law enforcement to me. Your employees have the right to impound private property. Your employees have the right to issue citations to taxpayers and to citizens. Your employees have the right to destroy private property if need be. And so I think that the disconnect between, in my opinion, and it's okay if you think that I'm talking nonsense or you personally don't like me, because I'm on my way out. I'll be gone in a matter of months out of this organization. But for our new city manager and for our new council members that haven't had an opportunity yet to discuss this issue publicly or to think about it or vet this issue, we have a partner organization that is functioning as a pseudo-law enforcement organization where they're sending out uniformed and badged employees with the ability to impound or destroy private property. And this organization, outside of a few meetings and a presentation such as this organization has no real oversight over the SPCA. And I didn't bring this topic up 5-6 years ago because I hate you. I recognize the difficult mission that you have, and I recognize the mountain of work that you have to do. And I also got to know some activists in the process last time, and I realize how difficult it must be to try and operate all these things that you're trying to do with the activists operating in the community as well, and bringing so much heat and heartache and pain to your folks who are trying to do good work. So I see the whole perspective, but I do believe that it's bad government, and I do believe that it's inefficient government to be so separate from a group that we're so intimately tied to, which is our SPCA. And I have a list here of city council boards and commissions. We're on the workforce investment. We've got a council member on that. He's not there to undermine or to harm or to criticize the workforce investment board. He's there to augment and collaborate with and challenge and be a part of delivering a good bureaucracy and a good group of services to people. We have our mayor sits on the Zoo Authority. It's harmless. He's there to help. We have people on the San Joaquin River Conservancy Board. They're there to help. Steve Brandow here is the alternate. We have people on economic development, the League of California Cities, the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. We've got people on the North Kings groundwater. We've got people, and so I guess what I'm trying to say to you is you don't have to fear us. We collaborate and we augment and we help other organizations, other nonprofits, and other boards in our community. It's not unprecedented. And so, I appreciate and thank you for all the good work that you do in our community, but I think that it's not good government to have a community partner that we send millions of dollars of taxpayers' money to, and we can't get a call back, we can't get through, and then when we try and reach out, your organization is closed to us. And my final statement would be that if your organization is closed to the members of this city council, your organization is closed to the taxpayer and the person in the neighborhood. I think that's tragic, and I think it's lamentable. And I will be gone off of this board, and I will vaporize into the neighborhoods from where I came. But I hope that in the future, you're able to make that change, soften your heart, and think about letting the taxpayer and the average person from the neighborhood into your organization to have a voice, because they're definitely paying for it. So I thank you very much for your time today. And with that, let's take a lunch. We'll be back at 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. I think we tried to chase down a couple more council members. I think they're still on lunch. We have a real wonderful presentation this afternoon to start our afternoon off with. It is Reading Hearts program, and I got to go to an event about 3 weeks ago, Lee. It was called Books and Bites. It was Fig Garden Village, and books were pouring in from all around the community, and there was a lot of fun and food and all kinds of stuff. And I got a chance to meet Danae and Dwayne and a lot of the boys and girls here today. Raise your hand if you were at the Books and Bites event at Fig Garden Village. Yeah, wasn't that fun? Lee, there was one of those deals where you throw a baseball and then somebody falls in the dunk tank. And I had Danae up there, and I threw the baseball. I missed it. You only get 3 shots. I missed it all 3 times. But I accidentally hit the lever when I was, and she went in it, and she went in anyway. So we'd like to have. Where's Danae at? Danae, Danae, come on. Come on, Danae. Yeah, there she is. That's a beautiful dress. So, Danae, this was really part your thing, but a lot of people were involved, huh?
Yes.
A lot of your friends here were really helpful, huh?
Yes, they are.
But it really was your baby, huh? It was your brainstorm, huh? You came up with the idea.
Yes, I did come up with the idea.
And how old were you when you started that?
7.
7 years old. And what do you do at Reading Hearts? What do you do with the books?
People donate those books, and we donate those books to other kids.
So you give kids that want to read, you give them books, free books, huh?
Yes.
I saw a bunch of those books out on the tables. It was fantastic. I think it's a great idea. Let's give her a hand first, getting that started. But Dwayne, why don't you come up and join us? And let's bring up all the other kids that were making this a great event.
Come on up.
All right, come on up, everybody.
Let's put the shortest in the front.
There you go.
And we'll go in height order. So if you're taller than the person behind you, then you get behind them.
Yeah, let's come a little bit more this way. Yeah, right in front of us. Yeah.
Okay, right there.
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. All right, Mayor, you wanted to say a few things, and you had a proclamation as well.
Danae Ferguson, you need a job? You're the greatest salesperson I've seen in a long time. How many books have you given away?
Over 120,000.
Okay, I could hire somebody like that for the city, maybe. Give her a hand. I think giving kids these books, when I was a kid, I did a lot of bad things, and I never paid attention during English class, learned about nouns and adverbs, but I started reading. When I read, my whole life changed, and for me, it gave me an opportunity to escape, to dream about what I could possibly do. So I think what you're doing is a great thing to help out kids, and maybe one day they'll come and thank you for what you did. So I'm proud to be here.
All right. And Lee, you have a proclamation, is that right here?
This is it.
So we're going to give that to Danae. Do you want to read any of that, or do you?
You want to read your own proclamation? Here, this will be first. You go ahead and read the first couple of bills.
Danae Ferguson decided that she wanted to share her passion for reading and the joy of escaping in a good book with other less fortunate children in the community. And in 2015, at the age of 8, Danae became the youngest registered business owner in Fresno County, when she founded Reading Heart, a nonprofit 501c3 book donation program dedicated to serving children in hospitals and in areas with limited access to books. And with the help of her parents, siblings, and a youth board made up of several like-minded young friends, Danae and Reading Heart Incorporated delivered books to the less fortunate children all over the community. And in 2016, Danae and Reading Heart held a book donation drive at Chancey Park in downtown Fresno, in which they received over 280,000 books and broke the world record for the most books donated in a 24-hour period. In 2017, Danae and Reading Heart are working with Lowe's Home Improvement on building a book bank in downtown Fresno to better serve children throughout the community.
Get the last part, the best part.
Read the last
one right here.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and City Council of the City of Fresno hereby recognize Danae Ferguson's initiative, organization skills, and achievements with Reading Heart.
Okay, give her a big hand. Yvonne, do you have any openings? She's a good reader.
No, you hold on to that.
That's yours.
And Lee, if you hold that microphone, I'm going to call out some names because the truth is Danae had a lot of help.
Okay.
Right? And here's a lot of the kids that are here today were really right there with her shoulder to shoulder. So if I'm going to call out your name and raise your hand, okay? Okay, Danae, we already have yours. And then how about Dania Ferguson? That's
Dana.
Dana. All right.
Right, Dana.
Oh, this is Dana?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm Danielle.
Your three are sisters?
Yes.
Oh, all right, cool. Oh, yeah, Danielle. There you go, Danielle. How about Kiara Brown? Here, Kiara. Here. How about Connor Brown? Connor, good job, Connor. How about Spencer Ray? Spencer? No. Gracie Ray? Yeah. Good job, Gracie. Joshua Blackman? Good job, Joshua. Preston Blackman? There you go, Preston. Thank you. Owen Bedwell? All right, Owen. Sophia Wilson? Thank you, Sophia. Good job. Taylor Shapiro? Taylor. Brooklyn Shapiro? A lot of brothers and sisters in this group, huh?
All family.
Yeah. Caden Blackman? Caden, thank you. Good job. Reese Connors? Thank you, Reese. Hayden Briscoe? There you go, Hayden. Jackson Briscoe? Okay. Braden Briscoe? That's you? And Carson Briscoe, is that you? Now, we have some others, Lee, and I'm going to name their names, although they're not here, so that maybe their parents can look it up when online. Kaya Kuhn. We're going to get it. We're going to get it to her. We're going to hand you this whole packet. Hannah Kuhn. We're going to hand you the whole bunch of them. Lily Lamb also helped. Olivia Rose Peterson. McKenna Kuhn. That's a cool way she spells her name. Sarah McClellan. Ben Martinez. Clara Martinez. Jenna Trevino. They're all going to get theirs also. They just weren't able to come today. Ethan Bedwell. Kona Nogel. I think that might be the way you say her name. Nogel, maybe. Tori Resendez. And Katie Resendez. And Chloe Wilson. All right, cool. Dwayne, I'm going to leave these with you to get to those kids who couldn't be here today.
Yes.
But everybody, I want you to open up your proclamation there, and we're going to all look that way. We're going to take a picture, a group picture, okay? All right. Yeah. Man.
There's 48 total.
Everybody, there were 48 total. Yes. That's fantastic. Has everybody got your proclamation? You're blocking out the mayor, Danae. Let's get Lee. You get it. Yeah. Right on. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Let's take a. Everybody smile real big. Okay. All right. And Dwayne, kind of you're the zookeeper, so to speak. So why don't you say a few words about Reading Heart?
I would like.
Or whatever.
Can you guys hear me? Good. First of all, we'd like to say thank you to all you guys. You guys are superb. You guys put a lot of work in. But I know none of you guys drive yet, so who should you guys say thank you to? Yeah, so thank you, parents, for being a part of it also and taking the time out to allow these kids to be a part of this great program. So thank you.
Right on. Well, thank you, and thank everybody for doing such a great job, and keep up the good work. The City of Fresno, we appreciate you. All right. Thank you for coming down and joining us at City Hall today. Thank you, beautiful. All right. You guys have a great day. Let's give them one more hand.
$2 item. Resume our council meeting. This is a hearing to adopt resolutions and ordinance. And I mean, we love all city staff, but our favorite presenter,
Oh, thank
Mr. Andrew Bonelli. Thank you very much. Watch, ready? We're going to start. It's going to be 9 seconds. Go.
Okay, I'll wait 9 seconds. I'll drag my feet a little.
No, that's how long you usually take.
Oh, okay.
And we absolutely love it.
This is in Council District 6. It's an annexation to Community Facilities District number 11. This is at the request of the property owner, and it's a small subdivision, and the cost would be $585 per year per lot. That completes my report, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
About
it's a public
17.
hearing.
About 17 seconds. All right, let's go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the City Council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll return to City Council. This is in District 6. Member Bredefeld. Motion to approve. I will go ahead and second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Item carries unanimously. Thank you. Now to the 2 o'clock, number 2.
Yes, also another CFD annexation in Council District 1. This is a, let's see, I believe this is also into Community Facilities District number 11, residential subdivision at Gettysburg and Byron. And the cost per lot is $839.14. Public hearing, we recommend approval.
Let's go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and return to council. This is located in District 1. Member Soria's motion to approve, a second by Member Bredefeld. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Seeing none, it carries 7-0. Thank you. You've got one more, 2 p.m. number 3.
I do.
It's
It's
okay,
number
please
3.
continue.
This is in Council District 3. This is into Community Facilities District number 9. And this is an annexation for Valleywide Beverage at their new plant that they're building. The industrial area, the annual cost to the landowner is $961. We recommend approval. We've received the ballots on it. And it's a public hearing.
All right, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? Okay, seeing none, public comment is now closed. Return to the dais. This is in District number 3. We have a motion to approve and a second by Member Chavez. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, this also passes unanimously. And that is it for the next 8 minutes. We could do unscheduled communication. We did that? Ooh, you're good. She's going to be a good president. You already know the trick. Just kidding. All right. To our 210 item. This is a TEFRA hearing to hear and consider information, and this is the Finance Department. Welcome.
Good afternoon, council members. Mike Lima, City Finance Director Controller. Before you today is a resolution approving the issuance of no more than $18 million in tax-exempt bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority. The authority will use the proceeds from this issue to pay for improvements at a United Health Center of San Joaquin Valley facility located at 3875 West Beechwood Avenue here in Fresno. Under the Tax Equity and Financial Responsibility Act, or TEFRA, the governing body of the entity where the facilities that gain the benefit from the bond issue are located must hold a hearing to receive public testimony and approve the issuance of the refunding bonds. This hearing was noticed in the Fresno Bee on September 4th, 2017, and to date we've received no testimony either for or against the issue. Payment of the bonds will be the sole responsibility of the authority from their revenue streams. The city will have no obligation or liability associated with this facility or these bonds. Staff recommends the council conduct the required TEFRA hearing and at its conclusion adopts the resolution approving the issuance of bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who are here who who wish to address this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing no one, we'll go ahead and return to the council. There is no one punched up at this time. The chair will entertain a motion to approve. I have a motion by Member Baines and a second by Member Soria. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Okay, item passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, who scheduled this meeting anyway? This is awful. That would be me. Our next item's at 2:20, so we now have 7 minutes to regroup from that very contentious hearing we just had. Let's get started. We have a couple of short items to hear. Let's start with the do we do the 220 Public Works? No, let's start with that one. This is item, the 220 item. There you are. And then let's just start with that.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Andrew Bonelli with the Public Works Department. I have a continued public hearing for a Community Facilities District annexation. This is into Community Facilities District 9, and it's for the California Home for the Aged. It's in Council District 5. This is the California Home for the Aged was formerly known as the Armenian Home. You may have, if you haven't been out there, they're building a new facility. It's very nice. Their annual assessment will be $2,197 per year. As a public hearing, we'd recommend approval.
To the public at this time, are there any members of the public who wish to address the council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment, return to City Council, and this property is located
District 5.
In District 5.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion to approve and a second. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition to this item? Okay, the item passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. Move now to the 225 item, actions pertaining to the program year 2016, CAPER.
Good afternoon, Council.
Welcome.
Kelly Furtado with DARM. Here today to talk to you about the CAPER. It is an annual report that is required to us to submit by HUD regarding all of our performance from the last year. And I am before you today to talk for a moment about the public comments as a staff report that you've all had for quite some time to review. Said that we would be reporting any public comment received through the public comment period that closed on the 18th. We have received none, so there is no update for me to provide to you. Also, there were 4 notable changes made to the CAPER, and those have been described to you in the handout presented at your seats on the dais. Again, they're notable because they're changes in a table. However, they basically reflect some auto-tabulation errors that we incurred whenever we were producing the report out of the HUD federal system. So our team has been working to update those numbers so that we're not double counting things or misrepresenting anything. All of our goals for the 5-year plan have been greatly exceeded. And our goals for the year have been exceeded with the exception of one, and that was our public facility goal. And it's just important to note that although the construction is done, the projects are not technically complete in the system that we have to report in, and that's why they're not reflected in these numbers. But we will be reporting them next year, and we will again exceed all of our those goals, I'm sure, next year. So that is... I am happy to talk more about the edits that you have before you or anything else you might have questions on. Staff's recommendation is now to go to the public hearing portion, and if you have any additional questions, myself and the staff are here to answer any questions. Concludes my presentation.
Thank you. At this time, we'll go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address the City Council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we will close the public comment. The screen is clear. The chair will entertain a motion to approve. Okay, have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? There is not. The item is approved unanimously. Thank you. Okay. This brings up the 2:30 item. Okay, I'm going to wait 4 minutes to let some people get here who are driving up from Los Angeles. If I beg your indulgence, council and members of the public, to allow them to get here another 4 minutes. John, are you checking in with them and find out where they're at? Oh, we have a 2:35 item. Ah, you guys are so great. But wait, you can't call it early. Oh, it's not 2:35. Mary Esther, are you here? Ms. Clark, Mr. Estabrook. Okay. Mary Esther is not here. That is a shame. Okay. It was item 1N, I believe. Item 1N, this is action relating to marijuana cultivation within the city of Fresno, sponsored by Member Brand and Councilmember Bredefeld. What we did was we moved item 1N to 229 so that we could hear it before the 2:30 item. And so, City Attorney, with this, just to kind of explain to council members and also members of the public, and we also have some guests in from out of town, if you could explain the significance of this vote. Is this so it's been introduced, and today's vote is the second vote, correct?
This could be the final adoption of this item, yes. The
Okay, and if
ordinance that would allow for 6 plants to be grown indoors with certain restrictions.
Okay. But prohibits all other cultivation in the city of Fresno, closes the door to commercial cultivation production.
Yes, it does not allow any outside cultivation.
Or no, I don't mean whether it's indoors or out of doors. I just mean outside of those 6 plants, no cultivation in the city of Fresno.
That's correct. 6 plants per residence.
Okay.
Indoors.
And so if the council opts to reject this item today, if it were to come back, it would have to start all over, correct?
In other words, if there's a 3-4 vote today,
If the council votes no and rejects the item, then what?
Then it would be just not approved. That's
Okay,
all we have.
It would not be approved.
It would
Yes.
have to start the process.
They would have to start the process over.
Most likely, yes.
So 2 more votes if it were to come back. Okay. All right. So what I would like to do is, I guess I'll turn it over to the sponsor. Opening remarks will go out to the public. I have a few cards, and then and then we'll go ahead and bring it back up to council, and then have our discussion from there. Member
Yeah,
Bredefeld,
I'll
turn it
just
over
be
to you.
brief, and then I would hope, I could speak obviously after the people speak on it. As you said, this has come back several times. This should hopefully be the final vote. It's related to the cultivation, imposing a 6-plant limit with penalties if there's any growth beyond that, $1,000 per plant. Restrictions on odor, restrictions on the public being able to see that people are growing marijuana, that it's supposed to be locked where this grow is taking place. These are the same provisions that have happened in other cities, the same provisions has happened in the county. And I hope that we move forward with this today and finally put this to rest. So with that, let's just proceed.
Member Bredefeld. Okay. We'll go out to the public. You'll get it back as soon as we're done with the public. Let's go ahead and go out to the public. I have a number of cards. The second item is related as well. The second item we're going to be taking up today will be the second vote as well, but this will be on the recreational dispensaries prohibition of adult use of marijuana. So let's go ahead and start with, if you haven't filled out a card, I'll go ahead and call you up. In the interest of time today, let's also do 2 minutes so that we can get folks out and on their way, and we appreciate that. So let's go ahead and start with Mr. Ted Miller.
Happy to talk on both items, but are we talking about dispensaries?
No, this
or
is
are we
the
talking about growing?
This is the first item, and this is cultivation only. And then we'll talk about dispensaries in our second item.
Okay.
And you're welcome to speak both times.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Please give us your name and address for the
Ted
record.
Miller, Box 24.
And you'll have 2 minutes.
Beautiful Carruthers, California. This ordinance is deeply flawed. It is unconstitutional. It allows police to barge into my home and seize my 6 plants by saying, I smelt it. Okay? And how do you defend against that? How do you prove a negative? How do you prove he didn't smell it? It violates my freedom from unreasonable search and seizure. It violates my constitutional freedoms, my property rights. This ordinance is extremely poorly written. It's written to prevent people from growing their own marijuana on their own property. And, we've already banned legal dispensaries supporting a black market and the heroin-dealing Fresno police. And now you want to keep people from being able to grow their own marijuana at home so the police can barge in and take their 6 plants. And then, my goodness, some of those plants might have disappeared. Oh, my goodness. I guess some of them found their way to some of those dope dealers who work for the Fresno police. This is a deeply flawed, unconstitutional ordinance, and it needs to be voted down. The tree of liberty needs to be watered from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Thomas Jefferson.
Our next speaker will be, is it Calum Keller-Howells? Please, don't read very well. If you could give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes also.
Sure, do I have
Thank
to
you.
give my address? I'd prefer not to.
No, that would be fine.
Okay. My name is Kalen Keller-Halls. I do live in the city of Fresno.
Maybe approach the microphone. There you go.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit nervous.
No,
my name is
please.
Kalen
Take your
Keller-Halls.
time.
I do live in the city of Fresno. I'd like to take just a little bit of a different tone and speak in regards to how medical marijuana has helped me personally. I personally have a past history of drug abuse, and I also have been prescribed numerous opiates and benzodiazepams from the doctors over the last couple of years. Medical marijuana has helped me to be able to completely stop taking all of those medications. I've done this by my own choice, but I am finding relief and able to move on with my life in some ways that I was not able to do so before. So I don't want to take too much time and speak in regards to how it's done me good, because I think you guys already know that. But what I do want to speak in regards to is to how financially beneficial this could be for the city, for the community as a whole. You guys have to, know this, that we are in the what they call the raisin basket, I believe, of the world here. So we've got a ton of agricultural space. We have a ton of ability to cultivate great crops. And I feel like this could really be a benefit for our city, for our schools. And I would just urge you guys, I currently don't grow in my home because I'm scared to, just to be quite frank. And to be also quite frank, 6 plants is not enough. Even if I did grow 6 plants, is not going to be enough medicine to last me really any amount of time personally for how I'm able to medicate, to be well, to do my job. I do have a job. I do go to church. I am involved in the homeless ministry that our church has. And so this plant has been a true gift to me personally. And I feel like if you guys really understood the impact that this plant has on people, and that people need this medication, I really feel like...
It's okay. You can finish your thought.
Okay. I really feel like that this could really do a lot for the city and the whole economic system here in the city and county as well. So I just would like to urge you guys to put this bill down and to reconsider the how it's been put together. I feel like you guys do want to do us right, and so we can be able to have a safe access to medication. But I feel like it does need to be relooked at, and I do want to have a different tone than the previous gentleman. Thank you.
Clint, could I ask this gentleman a quick question from what he said?
Certainly.
You said you were, I don't know what the word was, uncomfortable or a little frightened about growing.
Yes, sir.
Can you share what that fear is about?
Sure. I mean, as you're well aware, there's plenty of police raids all over the state that they're well documented. The way that, I'm sorry?
The fear that the police will come and break in if you're growing?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
Just for growing the minimal
That's
plants.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be William Carney. Please come forward, give us your name and address, and then you'll have 2 minutes as well.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is William Carney. I reside at 8204 North Sunnyside. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I wanted to bring something up to the Council that maybe you weren't aware of. I don't think this ordinance is going to accomplish what you think it will. An outright ban is not going to do anything except bolster the black market. Currently, I work with a company in Monterey County, and we have over 3 million square feet of cannabis greenhouse space under cultivation right now. So really what we're talking about is, where are your constituents going to obtain their medicine from? Are they going to obtain it locally from somebody that grows it here, that is paying tax money here? Or are we going to force them to get it from somebody on the black market? Maybe they're in a gang, maybe they're not. But the point is that transaction will be made regardless of this ban, and the tax money is going to be allotted to that county that produces that cannabis. Fresno County will have nothing as far as the tax money that's generated from these crops that are already going to be cultivated and sold regardless. So I would just like you guys to be mindful of that. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker, you're a French brother of mine, but I'm not very good with your last name. Let's see, Boissonneau. Did I say it right? All right. All right, Tim Boissonneau, give us your address for the record and your name, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim Boissonneau. I live on Miami, here in Fresno. I stand here before you as a spokesman for the thousands of residents here in Fresno who use cannabis medicinally. Deciding to ban recreational dispensaries here locally is not going to deter crime. In fact, it will create a black market which is making criminals out of good people. Your voters voted to make cannabis legal, yet you want to take it upon yourselves to go against the people who voted you into office. If cannabis creates crime and we ban dispensaries, then shouldn't we ban all liquor stores then too? Because alcohol creates drunk driving deaths, domestic disturbances, fights. The list could go on. People and patients have a right to safe access to their medicine. There are people suffering from cancer, epilepsy, pain, anxiety issues, insomnia. That list could go on also. Medical marijuana dispensaries would at least allow safe access to those patients who have a valid doctor's recommendation. Should you move forward with this recreational ban, we need medicinal dispensaries. We, the people, respectfully request that you rethink your previous position on allowing at least medical marijuana dispensaries. You have the power to regulate the number allowed. Don't just ban it altogether and leave no safe access and direct these good people into black market just to fend for themselves. Not everyone is able to grow their own medicine. We don't make diabetic patients make their own insulin, do we? However, if someone is able to grow their own plants, then we should allow them to, within the limits, which again you have the power to regulate. I will summarize by saying cannabis is a God-given plant that has numerous beneficial properties that has been voted in by the people as a choice given to us in the state of California. And last time I checked, Fresno is still in the state of California.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Michael Green. Michael, please give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll also have 2 minutes.
I'm Michael Green on behalf of Fresno Cannabis Association, 710 Van Ness, number 204. I've read hundreds of cultivation ordinances. I guarantee none of them look like this one. That's because this particular ordinance before you today is a revision of the previous ban that was passed in 2014. It was passed as a total ban on medical cannabis cultivation indoors and outdoors, leaving patients no access to home cultivation. Our unincorporated association of patients filed suit in 2014 in Fresno County Superior Court case number 14-CECG 01316. As part of that lawsuit, the administrative record of Ordinance 2014-20 was prepared and entered into the court record. Our petition was denied in September 2015, and we subsequently settled any further appeal of our petition with the city attorney. The revised ordinance comes back, again, not as a brand new ordinance, but as a revision of Ordinance 2014-20, a fresh bite at the apple. We would point out that the revised ordinance is not eligible, as claimed, for the categorical exemption under 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines. We hereby incorporate the full administrative record of Ordinance 2014 into our comments today. These comments are intended, if necessary, to exhaust the administrative remedies available to our association prior to final passage of the ordinance. In addition to the comments previously contained within the AR of 2014-20, we note that indoor cultivation is a brand new land use. The current ordinance 2014-20 is 0, so you are proposing a brand new land use in this revised ordinance. As proposed, forcing all cultivation to occur indoors using artificial light only can be reasonably foreseen to increase electrical consumption and generation of greenhouse gases. That the proposed change affects thousands, if not tens of thousands, of city residents, as previously documented, who use cannabis for medical purposes. That the use of alternatives, such as greenhouses, accessory structures, LED lighting, has not been analyzed at all. That the city has provided no substantial evidence that the categorical exemption under 15061B3 applies here. Therefore, we request, at the very minimum, the preparation of an initial study of this ordinance as required by CEQA.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thank you.
The final card I have is from Sana Rizai. Did I say that correctly? Sana? If you want to come forward? No. Oh, that might be a different item. Okay. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this item 1N? Please come forward. If you could give us your name and address for the record, please, and then you'll have 2 minutes as well.
Kathy Folger. I live in Albury.
You could move the microphone closer to...
Okay. Indoor growing just costs a lot of money. And if you're on the CARE program where you get, if you're disabled, you can get a discount of, I think, up to 20% on your PG&E. They only give you a certain amount of kilowatts per month. And growing with a 1,000-watt bulb, only 6 plants just doesn't make sense. And I'm with the other guy, 6 plants aren't enough. I would like to see you allow cooperatives and collectives again for medicinal, growers.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this agenda item? Please come forward. No, I'll call you up. Hi, come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, please. You'll also have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is just about PG&E?
No, this is about the cultivation.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Stephen Zisco, it's 4083 North Peach Avenue. I came here from Wisconsin 12 years ago, and back there I was growing in the closet about 6 plants, kind of what they say to do now, stay in the closet, kind of like some other things where we say we can come out of the closet. Really love to do that. Even in San Bruno, I couldn't. The police came in my house and forcibly, removed the cannabis from the closet. I wasn't even growing anymore because I was just handling the retail end. That was making more sense. So really, the growers are always thought of as the bad people. If your landlord says you can't grow as a patient, you're buying from some grower. That's just how it's been in the past. So I would strongly suggest that we need to legalize all aspects of this. My wife and mother think I'm crazy with the cannabis. Is this 1 minute?
You have 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, that's great. my mother is recovering from cancer as well. She's okay with trying it, but then we always go back to the growing and the distribution of like, you don't want to get caught and all this. Let's see. I've even going to the court. The judge was saying you should go to a real doctor, and not one of these cannabis doctors, even though that's all that's required. So we're constantly being laughed at, and being told it's not good enough, it's not legal, or that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this agenda item? Please come forward and give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi. My name is Leslie. I'm not going to give my address. I am a Fresno resident. I'm also representative of Cal Normal. I'm here to say is the 6 plants isn't enough. I've been working in Fresno along with medical cannabis doctors for many years in this town. Patients need access to cannabis. Our veterans need access to cannabis. So the medical marijuana is one issue, and you're banning medical marijuana still and allowing 6 recreational plants. It doesn't make sense, does it? 215's been on the books. It was 4 pages. If you would have addressed this matter like Bud said to begin with, we wouldn't be standing here today. Patients need their medicine in this town. And I'm begging you, I'm a patient too. I can't drive to Oakland for medicine. We need to have access. As far as growing, not everyone, and disabled people especially, cannot afford PG&E bills to grow. And you can't grow outdoors, so you're tying people's hands here. So please, I'm asking you to take into consideration we do need more than 6 plants. But we will take the 6 plants if that is all we could get. We do need medical marijuana dispensaries, and we need safe access to go get our medication. And the veterans and the disabled people, and they're taking away their narcotics now. Let them go somewhere where they're safe. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council on this agenda item? If so, please come forward. Okay, seeing no further public comment, we'll go ahead and close. Okay, come on up. Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll also have 2 minutes.
My name is Marcus Martinez. I'm also here for my godfather, Alfonso Martinez. I'm a little out of breath right now. 1021 North Adeline, Fresno, California, in the Tower District. I'm here to oppose the ban. I'm here to advocate for my veteran and my godfather, Alfonso Martinez. Today's his 70th birthday. It's been a long morning. I actually had to go to the VA hospital and take care of a bunch of things for him. But I've been coming to these meetings, and I'm just here for him and the veterans. I'm also here for people like myself who use it recreationally and have a medical cannabis card. But as you know, it's all in the same. When you guys categorize these things, it all eventually comes back to the same. So it's just a plant, can't overdose. There's a lot of income, tax revenue that can be made off of it. I thought we were here for the consultant. I didn't know if you guys talked about that. I'm learning a little late, but we just can't be coming to these meetings so much. I wish I could bring my uncle here. There's a lot of people that need this plant, and you guys are doing the wrong thing. So remember, just look in light of the veterans and people who really need it. And there's a lot of things that go on in this world that affect us, and we also have we do things to relieve stress, and everybody has their own poison, I guess, but marijuana is not poison. It's definitely not that. So I hope you guys do the right thing. I keep coming to these things. Just hope you guys keep doing the right thing, keep listening to us and not putting your head down and making sure you're not, because I've come here a couple times and talked, and people just don't seem like they're paying attention. And I keep coming here, so just please pay attention to what we all have to say. We all have a busy life, and we still try to come and make these things. Sorry my uncle couldn't make it, but today's his birthday. So he's a Vietnam veteran, so I hope you guys appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to address the City Council on this agenda item? So please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment for this item and return it to council. We'll go first to Member Bredefeld.
Just, again, very briefly, this is an item that the mayor and I have brought forward. This item specifically is not about any ban. We're going to talk about dispensaries. That may be related to a ban. This is about regulations on cultivation. We talk about regulating it. It's, I think, having very reasonable regulations, allowing up to 6 plants, which is what the state addresses, making sure that the plants are grown in a private, legally occupied residence, within a locked space, with no detectable odor from outside, and it not being visible by normal unaided vision from a public place or adjacent residence. I mean, I think that's fairly reasonable regulations, and that's what this is about. This is not about banning marijuana or banning the growing of marijuana. Prop 64 gives everyone the right to do that, but it also gives us the right to regulate it. So with that, I'd like to make a motion to adopt.
Bredefeld, and a second by Member Brandow. Okay, we have a number of council members punched up. City Attorney, did you want to weigh in really quickly?
Well, I was going to clarify that with or without this ordinance, you can grow 6 indoors. Right now, the City of Fresno has for several years had a complete ban on all cultivation. It started with outdoors, and then we added indoors. Prop 64 says that cities, you can ban cultivation, but you have to allow for at least 6 indoors. So right now, our ordinance is inconsistent with state law. So the bottom line is the difference between our existing ordinance and what state law provides is whether or not you allow for the 6 with or without additional regulations.
Sure, but when is a drop-dead date to sort this out?
That started in January. Pursuant to Prop 64, on cultivation, as of last January, you could grow 6 indoors.
Okay, so the state law triumphs our code.
Yeah, the state law preempts the city
plants
code.
are already legal. So
6 plants you can grow indoors.
So
yes.
is this item redundant? We don't even have to do this, correct?
The primary distinction between doing something or not doing something is that now you would expressly be allowed to grow 6 indoors pursuant to our ordinance with additional regulations that the state law does not provide for.
Okay, so it includes even more regulations
than
the state.
Such as in a locked room, can't be smelled from another residence, and the lighting.
Okay. All right. Thank you, City Attorney. Member Soria is going to speak, and then Member Baines. Nobody else has punched up, but of course they can punch up whenever they see fit. Member Soria, we do have Dustin and Cedric are up from Southern California, from weedmaps.com. In addition to being an industry leader in the online community, they're also consultants. In fact, Mr. Dustin McDonald has spent 10 years on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., so he knows his stuff. We also have John Zimmerman from MGO Advisory Services. These are the auditors of CalPERS. You've heard of CalPERS. These people know how to audit, and they know how to count, and they're very intelligent. They're also handling cannabis business. So I wanted to make them available to anyone on this council, whether you're yes, no, or undecided. They are here. Member Soria, if you have questions that we're unable to answer because we have not accessed our consultant yet, these are the 3 people in this room. Obviously, we have experts. I know Mr. Carney. And there are other experts in this community, but these 3 folks have driven up today. So I'm going to call you up for sure when it's my turn to speak, but also Member Soria, Member Baines, if you want to ask them questions. Member Bredefeld, too, they're available to you as well. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Council President. I'm going to keep my remarks short because I've spoken on this issue previously, and my vote will not change this afternoon. I just want to remind this council, a few weeks ago, we took a vote and gave direction, a majority of this council actually, gave direction to the administration, and the administration was supportive of that, to hire a consultant to address this issue. So it doesn't make sense that we're back here again trying to, reiterate a complete ban and then try to put additional arbitrary regulation into the growth of 6 plants. What I think that we should be doing, I think that as a council, we cannot afford to be sticking our head in the sand, because this is happening. It's happening in our community. We have experts here, people in the field that have worked for many years on this issue. And this city cannot afford to be left behind on this issue. We have way too many needs. There's needs that are being expressed by folks that need access to medicinal cannabis and the benefits of it. The voters spoke specifically. When I look at my district, and the voters overwhelmingly supported Prop 64, and so I think that it's important that we're thoughtful about what we're doing, that we bring something forward with extremely tight regulation, just like what other policymakers have done when they dealt with alcohol prohibition and all those things that later change. They were thoughtful in the legalization process, and so I think that there are reasonable concerns that folks bring up from the community in terms of safety and other issues that may come up. But I think that as a policy-making body, we have a responsibility to bring forward policy that makes sense and that will benefit in the long run this city. Far too many times we have conversations up here that we don't have money, that we can't afford to fix, the existing parks that we have, that we don't have enough money to provide services to our homeless that are out camping. We heard it from our providers, a couple weeks ago that were here. I hear when I go and talk to the administration and ask them for one more amenity in my district or one more paving of a neighborhood, we don't have enough money, this time around. I think that there's an opportunity here to be responsible policymakers, to bring regulations that make sense, to be thoughtful in the process, and I think that there's no rush. That I know, and I have confidence in this administration that they're going to bring and hire a consultant that can help us really shape some policy that makes sense so that we all benefit, but at the same time we keep this community safe. I think that we are very capable of doing that, and I just wish that this council really takes the time to say, you know what, we don't need to do this right now, and let's actually move in a different direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Soria. Member Baines?
I'm somewhat beside myself, so I'll try to. This is in my opinion, this is very silly what we're about to do right now. However, I'm gonna try to see if I can keep control of myself, because I'm not sure why we're doing this here. We've listened to the mayor. And I happen to know a couple of my colleagues aren't actually against cultivation, particularly for medicinal purposes. We're watching what's happening around the region with a number of cities and jurisdictions allowing quite a bit of cultivation for medicinal purposes, and cities are positioning themselves to make a substantial revenue off of cultivation. And here we are before us, the ever-wise Fresno City Council, about to ban cultivation yet again after we've already banned it. I'm not even sure what to say. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a different motion to hopefully put us on the course and the direction that allows us to get to where we should be going. One, I think that there is a very different feeling about medicinal cultivation. And while I would be happy with recreational cultivation as well, I think that many members of this council could support the idea of cultivation from a medicinal point of view. We've heard from many of you today. I think that there's great sympathy for people that use marijuana as a medicine. So instead of us sending yet another confusing message to the public about what our intentions are here in Fresno, let me be clear with you all, because you all need to know what we're thinking about. I think that we're very seriously contemplating allowing some medicinal uses in this city, and you all should know that. Now, I can't tell you what form that's going to take, but there are serious conversations being had about that. So the fact that we continue to, in my mind, have the have our citizens on a yo-yo is unfair to you all. And moving forward with this, with once again appearing to cement a position against cultivation is absolutely the wrong thing and the wrong message to send to you all. So I'm going to make a motion, City Attorney, and I want to make sure I can do this. I would like to make a motion that...
Second.
Well...
That sounds good to me.
Well, and you know, I may be going a little crazy, who knows, but I'd like to make a motion that we remove the ban on medicinal cultivation. Can I make that motion right now?
Procedurally, there is a main motion pending, so you can make a motion to amend the main motion either by phrases or by substituting a different ordinance in effect. However, or another route to go would be to take a up or down vote on the existing motion and then give direction to come back with a different ordinance. If you're proposing a lifting the ban on cultivation completely, that may require some CEQA analysis that we may want to check out.
Well, that's fine if it requires that. Listen, at some point we're going to do it anyway. I mean, we need to be moving in this direction. I think we want to help I think we want to help the people in our community, and we need to, in my opinion, we need to stop sending the wrong messages to you guys, right? We need to stop doing that. And so I think that from a recreational standpoint, I think that there's legitimate disagreement up here on this dais. From a medicinal standpoint, I think the disagreements are less. And I even think that's true of the mayor, if I've heard his comments correctly, that there's some willingness to try to figure out how we get there. So, City Attorney, do you have a recommendation? I want to just lift the ban. I don't want to continue to send the wrong message to our citizens. We need to at least start laying the groundwork where we can have medicinal cultivation in this community for the people that need it.
I think the two cleanest choices would be to either go ahead and take a vote on the main motion. And if
vote on Member Bredefeld's motion?
Yes.
Okay.
If that motion fails, then you can make another motion, and I would suggest to make a motion to give direction to staff and the city attorney's office to bring back a motion lifting the ban on cultivation, if that's what you want.
All right. Well, okay. That's fair. That's fair, and that's very clean. So we have a main motion on the floor. I obviously have an opposing motion. My colleagues know what it is. And I'm sure that I'm curious to hear the rest of the debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Baines, Member Chavez, and then Member Bredefeld.
There's been we got a lot of marijuana warriors here today. I was watching my colleague try to control himself. It's a tough issue, right? I mean, I'll be honest, I struggled with it initially. We have a segment of our body that just does not believe in the recreational piece, but we have heard a lot of testimony from folks that need it as medicine, and I'll just share with you it was a touching story of a couple constituents that came in and saw me, and I saw video of what this medicine does to a 10-year-old girl that has epilepsy. And seeing parents go through that, and so you're right, Councilmember Baines. I think there is an openness on at least on my end to look at the medicinal piece. I know I've been working with Councilmember Olivier. I do not support the recreational piece. I will tell you that, but I am open to the medicinal one. I'm hoping that other members on this body that express that would do that. I think there's a lot of misconceptions on what this substance is and what it does. I have seen, though, personally the pros and cons of that in my own district, but I am open to having that conversation. So, City Attorney, just a quick question. So if we go ahead and vote on this today and we bring back an ordinance for medicinal marijuana, would that medicinal piece supersede what we're voting on today, or how would that work?
To the extent they conflict, the latter ordinance would always control them, yes.
Okay, so if we're able to get a medicinal piece back here and it's approved by the council, it would supersede parts of this that would be in conflict with it?
Yes, well, I assume we would be clear in what we're changing when we come back with a different ordinance.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. I just wanted that for clarification. I'd like to hear what my other colleagues have to say.
Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, I think there's, again, some confusion. We are not banning cultivation. If this passes, you can grow 6 plants. There's no ban. The ordinance isn't to ban cultivation. That may be what we deal with dispensaries, which is what we'll take up next. Prop 64 allows you, regardless of what we do here, to grow 6 plants. So you can grow these plants. What our motion is to regulate that, to say you can't do more than 6, and there are certain rules when you grow the 6 plants related to odors and being able to not see it from outdoors. So we're not banning cultivation. We're regulating it, and that's what the motion is about. The next discussion we have will be about banning recreational dispensaries, whether we have dispensaries or not. And people are talking about medicinal. If you grow 6 plants, you can use it recreationally, you can use it medicinally, you can use it any way you want. So it's not banning medicinal cultivation versus recreation. It's cultivation. You can grow the 6 plants and you can utilize it as you want. So that's the accurate information. We're not banning cultivation. So again, I hope we can move forward with this. This is about regulating cultivation. And the next thing we'll be talking about is recreational dispensaries, which is different than medicinal dispensaries if that comes forward at some point down the road.
I just, point of order. City Attorney, does this ban cultivation of industrial cannabis? Does this prohibit any cultivation at all? Because we just heard that it doesn't prohibit any cultivation.
We already have a complete ban of cultivation on the books. This repeats that complete ban with the exception of the 6 plants.
Okay, so if I wanted to open up a hemp farm in the city of Fresno, is that prohibited? Does this
that
prohibit
would be prohibited,
that?
yes.
Okay, so it does ban cultivation.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
continues to ban it, yes.
We're talking about the
Member Bain?
recreational indoor.
Point of order. I'm going to just read directly from the ordinance, section 12-2104, prohibition of marijuana cultivation. Marijuana cultivation by any person, including primary caregivers and qualified patients, collectives, cooperatives, or dispensaries, is prohibited in all zones within the city. We are banning cultivation, folks. Don't be confused about that. That's what we're doing once again. Now, what is true, what is also true that you all should know is that it's already banned, so we're just double banning it essentially, which is the lunacy in what we're doing today. I tried to talk to this body a few weeks ago and say we need to continue discussions on this topic until we come with a complete solution to our community, because we are confusing you all. And as you can tell, we're confused too. So the fact that we go through these exercises this way, piecemealing this together in the fashion that we're doing it, is doing this entire discussion a great disservice. It's a great disservice that we're doing having this discussion this way. In an item in a moment, we're going to discuss, we're going to finalize banning recreational dispensaries before we've even had a conversation of whether or not we wanted to do medicinal or not, whether or not we wanted to allow cultivation, what kind of revenue opportunities exist. We have completely let the tail wag the dog here. So the reason why I made the motion I did was to at least send this, to allow you all as a public to know, to send a signal to you that despite the in my opinion, the manner in which we're handling this, which is inappropriate to me, but despite all of that, I think if nothing else, we should remove the ban on medicinal cultivation today, so you all have a signal to understand the direction that we're going, instead of continuing to give you guys mixed signals and messages about what we're doing. Councilmember Chavez is correct in that if at some point in the future we decide to bring a comprehensive medicinal ordinance, we in effect could lift that ban. He's absolutely correct with that. We do it all the time. We replace ordinances all the time in this building. However, I still think that we should be sending the right messages to the public overall. And I think the message that this body feels strongly about, as Councilmember Chavez said, is that a person who is against recreational use may not feel the same way about medicinal use. Well, here's the option to now move us in the right direction with that vote. So anyhow, I just wanted to clarify what we're doing today. It is a ban yet again. It does offer some restrictions, but we are continuing the ban on cultivation unless we go a different direction.
Thank you. Member Bredefeld.
Again, City Attorney. City Attorney. City Attorney, can you clarify what this ordinance will allow so people are clear about it in relation to cultivation?
If this ordinance is adopted, all cultivation will be banned except for growing 6 plants per indoor residence under certain conditions.
Thank you. Let's just proceed.
Okay. The screen is clear. Oh, Member Soria.
And I know that we want to say it very simplistic, but that's not the case. Even if we don't approve this, which is the same argument I made last time we voted on this, even if we don't approve this ordinance today, people are going to be able to grow 6 plants because per state law trumps our local existing ban on any cultivation. So if we don't do anything today, people will still have the ability to grow 6 plants. What we're doing is that we're adding additional regulation, which is a 1,200 watt, which to me kind of seems arbitrary. I think we've heard some previous comments made by even our chief of the fire department really on this issue, and maybe you can expand on that, Clint, but it doesn't make sense. I think that we really need to step back. There's no rush. State law is state law, and I think that we need to be thoughtful about what we're doing and really consider what the motion that was made by my council colleague Oliver Baines about lifting the cultivation for the medicinal part. I think that we can come as a body, with the help of this consultant that the administration is going to hire, with a proper regulation and with whatever CEQA stuff that is required. I think all of that can be ran into a motion. I don't think that we should be precluded from going in that direction.
Thank you. What I would like to do, I have a little bit of, I've been taking some notes during this, and I really don't think that there's, I think each side of this wants to say that the other side is confused. I think that the folks who would like to see this passed today believe me to be confused. I'm not confused about it. I think that what you're seeing is there really isn't any confusion. It's just that nobody really likes this agenda item. I think it's very clear that it's horribly flawed. I think that it is, we're unable to determine the cost of enforcement. We've never talked about that. If the police department were to go out and enforce this item and really make a concerted effort the same way that they do to battle bulldog gang members and the same way that they do to conduct some of the other operations that they do, there's going to be a price tag to it. It's going to cost the city hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to enforce this. It's also arbitrary. I mean, there's some strange things in there. 6 plants, you get 6 plants. Congratulations. The odor, how's that going to be enforced? If there's an odor emanating from a house, do we send police? Do we send code enforcement? That's unclear. The whole thing with the 1,200 watt light bulb, basically a few weeks ago, illustrated to the council why this is a flawed item. Because our own fire chief said that was completely arbitrary and pulled out of the air, and said that the same electricity use described in this item is comparable to the electricity use around Christmas time in that house. So a lot of this stuff is just, somebody mentioned, I think it was Mr. Green, said greenhouses weren't looked at, weren't studied. It is a knee-jerk ban. It is a ban. While other cities are taking critical looks at this very same issue, other cities from Taft to Coalinga to Los Angeles and everything in between, other cities are taking a critical look at this. They're retaining the top consultants in the industry, and they're interested in exploring ways to keep their streets safe and even there's an opportunity to augment their general fund. So this is what a critical thought is going on in other cities. And I ask my colleagues, I implore my colleagues, those of you who perhaps are having a change of heart, those of you who are who think, you know what, maybe there's something else. Maybe if we wait 30, 60, 90 days, we can come up with a good policy that's not made up, that's not flawed, that doesn't reflect fear, but reflects a city that's intelligent and a city that wants to do the best thing for safe neighborhoods, for people who need their medicine. I think we should wait, council colleagues. I think it's the prudent thing to do. I think it's the responsible thing to do, is to wait, study, learn more, and then come forward with something that really works. You know, I see a couple more members punching up. Gentlemen, hang on, I'll get you in a second. Let's go first to Member Capriolio.
Thank you, Council President. You know, it's a fascinating dialogue that we've had on numerous occasions, but I think all of us have a deep understanding and compassion for medicinal marijuana. And I understand from my personal friends I grew up with, particularly one who's a cancer victim and has gone through a double mastectomy, et cetera, to listening to the folks here in the audience about medicinal marijuana. And I was also appreciative of Councilmember Chavez's statement and concerns as well. And I agree with those. I like what you had to say and how you think we should treat this. So I think I would be supportive of the removing the ban on medicinal marijuana cultivation for that limited purpose.
Okay, thank you. Member Chavez, I'd like to call the question, so if you want to conclude your remarks.
I like what Councilmember Baines had to say as far as the confusion. Here's the bottom line. I just want to enter for the record, I'm not confused about what we're doing. Just in case that wasn't clear, we're banning recreational. We're moving ahead with medicinal, and I think what you heard from this body was a commitment to work towards that. Simple as that for me.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote. There's a motion and a second. The first item is yes to item 1N. This would adopt this agenda item that's been before us, I guess, 4 or 5 times already now. Action relating to marijuana cultivation within the city of Fresno. So, yeah, you can ask a question, but as far as I understand, the recommendation from the city attorney was to take the original item first.
Right. Let me ask a clarifying question. City attorney, in the event that the initial motion passes, my motion in some cases can be said to have a material difference in that, in theory, a council member could vote for 1N, and I'm wondering if they could still support my motion after that, which is removing the ban on medicinal cultivation. Could we is that possible?
Yes, but it wouldn't be final today. In other words,
fine.
you could approve today's ordinance, and your motion would be to treat it as an introduction, allowing for cultivation of medicinal marijuana, and return for adoption when the CEQA is ready for that.
That's fine. I just wanted to offer that bit of clarification for my colleagues that if you still wanted to support the initial 1N, you also, in essence, could still support my motion. It doesn't completely compete with Councilmember Bredefield.
Okay, let's go ahead and take the first item first, and then you can make a second motion. Electronic voting is disabled today, so we're going to have to do a what? You are working now? All right, let's go ahead and vote electronically. Yes is to adopt item 1N. No is to reject item 1N. Item 1N fails. 4 votes to 3 with members, because I can't read it on my screen, members Chavez, Brandow, and Bredefeld voting yes. Okay, do you wish to make a second motion? Okay, so the second motion, and I seconded that. Do we need to hear it read back?
I just want to clarify what the motion is.
Sure.
The motion is to repeal the current ban on cultivation for medical marijuana and return to the council for adoption when the CEQA for that is ready.
Yes. Okay. Vote yes to support the motion, no to reject the motion. Please cast your votes. Is there somebody that didn't vote? You cannot vote 3 times. Item carries with members Bredefeld and Brandow voting no. Thank you, Council. Thank you, public. We now move to the next item. This is the 2:30 scheduled item considering text amendment application. And this is Mayor Brand and also Councilmember Bredefeld.
Well, again, this is related to a ban of recreational marijuana dispensaries. So we voted on this numerous times, and so we'll see where this goes.
Okay. At this time, then, we will go out to the public. Are there any members of the public who wish to address this item? If so, please come forward. Mr. Carney. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
William Carney again, 8204 North Sunnyside. Again, I want to remind the council that we can ban whatever we want to, but it is legal in the state of California. So all we're doing is diverting tax money that could be coming to the coffers of Fresno to other places like Coalinga. There's a recreational dispensary on every corner of the city of Fresno as it is, and they're ran by the Bulldogs. They're ran by the Sureños, the Norteños. So if we want to bolster the gang's cash flow and continue to allow them to operate, then let's go ahead and let's ban this. Or let's have a progressive outlook on what the possibilities could be, or at least even let's have a discussion about it before we come out and just start banning things left and right. I personally enjoy the fact that I'm from Fresno, but I do not enjoy having to stand up to people that want to say that Fresno is unpopular or a loser city. That's how we look to the rest of California. We stick our head in the sand and we try to have this prohibitionist mindset that is not progressive, that is not going to help anyone in our city. All it's going to do is ensure the black market. Like I said before, there's over 10 million square feet of greenhouse space in Monterey County alone cultivating recreational cannabis. The constituents of Fresno will obtain their marijuana somewhere. And whether or not the city of Fresno gets the tax money, they still will have it. We will have calls for service from the police, from fire department, from EMS. But there will not be any tax money to offset the amount of money that we're having to spend for those services. Thank you.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Really?
If you mentioned Coalinga.
Yes.
Would you happen to know the status of Coalinga in the sense that the prison was sold, as I understand it, operation was going to go into effect, $2, $3, $4 million was spent, but it's not operational. Do you have an update on that by chance?
They are actually moving forward, and they're moving forward in a bigger way than just the prison. But that's just Coalinga.
I'm just talking about the Coalinga prison. I have an interest in that.
They are moving forward.
But they're not cultivating or doing anything?
They're cultivating there now, yes.
Okay.
And they're doing it everywhere else in the state as well. Coalinga is a very, very small example of what could be. Like I pointed out, Monterey County is doing things on a level that, frankly, we could probably supply the entire state of California if we wanted to.
Now, has Coalinga received any financial benefits from their decision with the prison sale and arrangements?
Well, there is a tax benefit for sure.
But have they received anything thus far that we're aware of?
There has been sales made, and they are already starting to collect that tax money, yes.
And we don't know how much?
I couldn't say, but I do know that it is happening. I spoke with the mayor of Coalinga this last week at the California League of Cities, and they are very excited about their program. They're moving forward. They're adding police positions. They're adding firemen. You know, they're buying new fire engines for their EMS services. The benefits outweigh the potential downfalls.
I was just particularly curious about Coalinga since you brought that up, and I had some questions in my mind and didn't have an opportunity to ask, so I thought I would venture out with
I've
you.
been in
So
contact
thank you.
with Clint. You can get my contact information from him, and I'd be happy to meet with you or answer any questions
Thank you.
have.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm going to call for public comments, so you can be our next speaker if you would like, and then it will be part of your 2 minutes.
Talk about this, but I'd like to address this. I
You-
acknowledge that he's
Sure.
You can ask me if you want to afterwards.
Okay. Thanks. And now you get 2 minutes. If you could give us your name and address.
Ted Miller, Box 24, Carruthers, California. Beautiful Carruthers, California. Come on down for the fair. It's awesome. We've talked about dispensaries, and I'm glad that your heart is softening a little bit about medicinal marijuana. 5 out of the 7 council districts voted in favor of Prop 64. Proposition 64 legalized recreational marijuana. When I was 13 years old, many years ago, and I was asked as I was sitting on a student council, what's the most dangerous thing about marijuana? After thinking about it for a while, I said it seems to me the most dangerous thing about marijuana is that we force people to go to drug dealers to get it. If there's anything about marijuana that makes it a great gateway drug and makes it dangerous, it is that we force people to access an illegal drug distribution system to get it. We have seen the problems that are created by drug cartels. We have seen the problems that are created by the black market. I believe that a lot of the good citizens of Fresno in Gary Bredefeld's and Stephen Brandau's district, as a matter of fact, voted in favor of Prop 64 because they realize that the black market is more of a problem than having recreational marijuana legal. Give people safe, legal access for both medicinal marijuana and recreational marijuana. That's what the public voted for, and that's what the public that has put you in these seats have voted in favor of. 5 out of the 7 of you, Prop 64 passed in your districts, as I cataloged in my paper. In business school, the old saying is, change has no constituency. Everyone's afraid of change. I understand that. There's a lot of uncertainty. Let's backpedal a little bit. Let's give ourselves an opportunity to see what happens.
Thank you.
Let's not be stupid.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Mr. Capriolio, do you want an answer to your question?
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Okay, you didn't have a question.
We'll take it offline. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to address this item? Please come forward. Mr. Green? Oh, okay. Please give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Michael Green, behalf of Fresno Cannabis Association and Unincorporated Association of Patients, 710 Van Ness, number 204. We're going to repeat some of the technical stuff. We're going to incorporate the administrative record of Ordinance 2014-20 into the proposed findings under Environmental Assessment TA 17-006, which was prepared for this ordinance, the so-called recreational ban. And there is a paper trail here that's fascinating, because I was here on June 22nd, and I remember it. It was fire and brimstone. We're going to ban everything we can about recreational. And that's exactly how the resolution was worded when it came back as resolution number 2017-175. It said very clearly, we're going to address recreational marijuana operations, dispensary sales, and public consumption by prohibiting them in all zone districts within the city. You could not have been more clear. Within a month, less than a month later, when this TA 17-006 was, there was a carve-out. We're going to ban everything we possibly can with the exception of laboratory testing and industrial districts. Whoa, that was a surprise. So when this came up to the Planning Commission, I asked point blank, hey, I love testing labs. This makes me happy in one sense. Testing is very important to this, and yet that isn't exactly what the council instructed. You wanted to ban everything possible. So on the one hand, I want to do the happy dance that somebody somewhere is at least got some type of hook in the city, that they managed to get a carve-out in here, but that is not what the city instructed back on June 22nd. If you're going to regulate cannabis, do so. I applaud that, but do so in a transparent, fair manner. Put a CUP application process on all these license types. Don't try to sneak something under the tent in this. It's very disrespectful. It's not transparent, and if we're going to regulate, we should do it the right way. Starting with testing labs if you want, but do it the right way. Thank you.
If there's anyone who wishes to address this agenda item, please come forward. Yes. Is your name and address for the record, please? And then you'll have 2 minutes.
Tim Bossino. I live on Miami here in Fresno. Mr. Baines, I thank you very much, sir, for being open-minded, and to all the other members who are also being open-minded. As Ms. Soria said, I think on this recreational ban, we need to take a step back. We don't have to ban everything. Why have to go to such extremes? Okay, you have the authority to regulate it. Have a few of them. Cannabis users are not the devil. I mean, they're not bad people. They actually behave better than people who drink alcohol. If you've ever been to a bar and be like, why do you not want to go to bars? Because people act like that. Okay, but alcohol is legal, and people have that right choice. If they want to drink, they have a choice to drink because it's legal. If people want to have an edible or take a bong rip, it's their choice. If they're over 21, it's their choice. They're grown people. You don't have to ban everything. Take a step back, look at it first, and I thank you all for opening your eyes to medicinal. I really do. And thousands of people here in Fresno will thank you for that. But just don't jump to conclusions and just ban it all together. Take a step back and look at it. There's a lot of benefits. There's revenue possibilities there. And you're going to knock out the black market at the same time. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you for your comments. Please come forward, give us your name and address, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name's Susan Juvet, and I spoke to you many times. And before you do this ban, I would really like to encourage you to go to Oregon, take a field trip. Go see what they're doing when they're selling recreational marijuana. It can be done responsibly. I love my hometown, and it looks like hell right now. The medians are terrible. We've got dead trees everywhere. Our streets are in terrible disrepair. And this is a way for us to make really good money and fix our town. And you can regulate it, take it away from the gangs. So please, take a field trip. It's a 6-hour drive to Oregon. Go and see what they're doing before you do this, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward, give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
My name's Leslie, and I'm a resident of Fresno. Thank you very much for reconsidering on the medical marijuana. We do need dispensaries, though. I mean, we still have numerous patients have no place to go get their marijuana. We need to have safe places, and my question is you're making all these bans. We're broke. Who's going to pay for it? One, code enforcement's already backed up with the homeless and everything else here. So how are you going to police it? So when we make laws, we need to, take into consideration the back end of it. How are you going to enforce them? How are people going to pay these fines? So again, I wish you would reconsider. We do need a medical marijuana dispensary. And thank you again, Oliver Baines. We appreciate it.
Anyone else who wishes to address this agenda item? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Steven Ziskowitz, 4083 North Peach Avenue. Okay. Yeah, definitely, I would say don't ban recreational as well as medical because they're basically the same. We can just put them in the same store. We can collect the taxes. And, just, again, going over my history with this. Sorry to bore you again, but, I've been here 12 years. It was illegal in Wisconsin. I'm here now. I was in San Bruno working as a software engineer. And I had formed the nonprofit collective they say we're supposed to do to get our medicine. We're supposed to grow it ourselves, or failing that, you could drive to a different city and give your money to someone else who's doing it either legally or maybe they're doing it illegally. Maybe the delivery services aren't registered and, you just have to get it from someone else who's doing the supposedly wrong thing. But I'm trying to work full-time, and people are calling me about this. No one can actually help me because then they'd be doing something illegal. You've got, people who are just scared of getting the recommendation, and they still want you to, give them some, which is now legal to give them some. You just can't sell it to them. sometimes the 18-year-old is more likely to have the recommendation because they're not scared to get it, but the adult is. We've got veterans who are also paranoid, people who have driving jobs. It just seems like people are like, I don't want to get the wreck. I just want the weed. I just want the medicine. And it's making the people who are selling it the criminals, and we're not criminals, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council on this item? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record, and then you'll have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Leanne Carney. I share the same address as my brother William. I would just like to say a couple of things just in support with what he had said. I feel that Fresno County has been left behind already, and it is now time to step it into high gear. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the council? Please give us your name and address for the record, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ellen, and I'm new to Fresno. I moved here from Santa Cruz, where I was a consultant for seniors using cannabis medicinally, treating neuropathic pain, arthritis, depression, insomnia. Most of the people that I worked with were in their 80s, 70s, and 80s. Never tried cannabis before. It transformed their lives. It took away their pain. It caused them to get off of prescription pills that were no longer working, that they were often addicted to. I can't see an 80-year-old person with medical need growing 6 plants. The growing of 6 plants is costly. It's involved. It requires knowledge. It's not a simple thing. It's very expensive. So that's the first issue that we talked about, but I think that there does need to be a medical use dispensary available to the people of Fresno. So thank you.
Anyone else wish to address council on this agenda item? Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You'll have 2 minutes.
Kalen Kellerhalls. I live in the city of Fresno. I just want to remind you guys that we have a huge problem in our community with drug addiction and with alcohol. By banning recreational use, I feel like we're really bolstering, like some of my other friends have said, the black market and drug cartels. I feel like if we did have recreational dispensaries available to the public, that we would be able to see less drug addiction, less drunk drivers. I feel like people would turn to cannabis more instead of liquor or instead of pills that they're getting from the doctor. And I feel like this could be very good for the general well-being of the community, as well as hugely beneficial for your general fund, as you spoke of earlier. And that's all. Thank you.
Please come forward. Give us your name and address for the record. You also have 2 minutes.
My name is Marcus Martinez, 1021 North Adeline, Fresno, California, Tower District. I just wanted to ask, so you can, no matter what happens, you can use it in your own home. You can grow it in your own home, 6 plants. No matter what you guys do, we can still do that, correct? Correct, right? And if you grow it, you said, Bredefield said that you can use it for recreational or medicinal if you grow it. Well, if you don't grow it and you use it recreational, where are we supposed to get it from? And where are we supposed to have safe access at? I don't understand that. So we can use it recreationally, but we have to go to the streets and get it? I thought we were going to have safer access. You know, we already had Prop 215. You know, I thought Prop 64 was going to have safer access for recreational use. So if you guys want us to give our money to other people, that's fine. If you want us to drive all the way to Madera to go get it, fine. They're going to get our money. Other people are going to get our money. We could be using the money, like they said, for, Colinga said, they're getting fire trucks. They can get cop cars. They can get all these new things that we need to enforce. But we're not going to do that. We're going to put a ban on recreation. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to address the council? Please come forward. Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the council dais. The screen is clear. That means no council members are punched up to speak. So I'm going to go ahead and use the time that I have. You want to go ahead first? Okay, I'll go. I want to bring up Dustin McDonald and have Dustin introduce Cedric and also John. Member Caprilio, John Zimmerman is involved in the whole Coalinga, the events out there, so he'll be able to provide some information to augment the other information that we got. Dustin, tell us about yourself and introduce your colleagues, please.
Sure. My name is Dustin McDonald. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations for a company called Weedmaps. We're the oldest and largest technology company in this industry. We're not a licensee. We do not touch the product. We're simply a technology platform on multiple levels. So we do digital advertising for industry participants. We also build and sell software to the industry, everything from business to business, business consumer to point of sale software. With me, my colleagues are Cedric Haynes. Cedric and I both have a previous career in Washington, D.C., including working on behalf of and representing the League of California Cities for a decade in the district. Also with us is John Zimmerman from MGO, and I'll let John tell you a little bit about his firm.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for having us. MGO is a CPA advisory firm. We happen to be a very large state and local government audit practice, auditing 8 of the 10 largest municipalities in the state of California, as well as CalPERS, CalSTRS, airports, ports, and other government agencies. The firm saw a few years ago with many of its clients being centered in the larger areas of cannabis markets, that they would be a need for them to help those cities and those clients work and understand better how to regulate and understand the cannabis tax models. So we created the Cannabis Business Practice. We are helping many cities across the state today understand and be educated on what is best for them. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It is more of a tailored solution for everybody in every city and how it should be best implemented across their own jurisdictions.
You've all obviously had an opportunity to do research and study what's happening here in Fresno. Can you compare and contrast what's going on here in the city of Fresno with what other cities are doing for us, please?
Sure, and I should say that we actually do work internationally, so we've seen what's not only going on with other California jurisdictions across 482 cities and 58 counties, but also what's working and not working in other jurisdictions across the U.S. as well as across the globe. With respect to other jurisdictions in California, I think many of them are in the same position that Fresno's in, where they're eyeing state implementation and initiation of a recreational cannabis licensing system coupled with a medical licensing system that the state will begin at the end of this year and continue into 2018. As that process moves forward, many local governments across California are really trying to get their arms around what to do with this. They recognize that Prop 64 was successful in many of their jurisdictions, often by a large margin, yet many local jurisdictions are a little baffled about what the state law says, what we're talking about at all with respect to cannabis as a product, to say nothing of the licensing categories, what they do, what their economic development potential is, how many employees and jobs they could potentially offer. There's a lot of details to try to figure out in this. We've dedicated ourselves to trying to assist state and local governments navigate that process. From a Weedmaps WM policy standpoint, we really just come to try to be partners with local governments to try to help them figure these things out, because again, it is very difficult to figure out, and a lot of local governments are unaware about what's happening in other jurisdictions, both in California and beyond, so we really try to be a resource for them to assist them with that. With respect to what MGO does to assist those efforts, I think their services are somewhat unique, and John can certainly describe them further, but a quick summary of them is just that they can help local governments assist with revenue forecasting associated with licensing, different licensing categories across the industry. One of the most challenging aspects of this process, if you opt to entertain licensing on medicinal, is actually organizing and implementing the application process, which can be quite cumbersome. And John can tell you a little bit more about what they do on that side.
So as Dustin mentioned, the licensing and the application process is one of the key elements that every city needs to look at and how they're going to do it. Many cities are not currently set up to do this. Most cities currently issue a business license. Somebody comes in, fills out a piece of paper, gets entered into a system, and a license is issued. In the cannabis industry, you need to really take into account the operator, where they're located, and more importantly, do a complete background check and understanding of what their business is, where it's located, how it's going to be impacted, how it's going to be operated, and how it's best going to impact the local community. We offer a service where we're able to help the city understand those aspects as well as go through the process. From A to Z, we're able to help walk you through it and provide that service as an outsourced service. It starts at understanding and realizing what works best for your municipality and how those revenues would be forecast for each of those businesses so that you'd understand what tax revenue you may receive. But most importantly, building out the model and the cost recovery so it's revenue neutral to the city and the general fund for the implementation side.
What kind of challenges will we face if we were to adopt this this adult use recreational prohibition today? What?
If you do it with a knee-jerk reaction and you do not think through the process and you just go and ban or implement without going through and having a plan in place, you are setting yourselves up to have issues and to create problems
like
for
what?
the city. So if you address a ordinance and an implementation and a licensing scheme that actually works, where you're taking into account who the operators are, how they're going to operate, the security around it, and the community impact and the revenues that are going to be generated, you make sure that it is revenue neutral to the city and that you have a cost recovery model in place so that any expenses incurred by the city are able to be recovered from the operators. So by doing so, you're doing it in a methodical manner, taking all of the aspects into account that the city would need to do it in a well planned out process. So it's like everything else in planning and business. If you plan properly, you'll be successful. If you fail to plan, you're planning to fail.
Do we have to do this today, or what's the timeline? How much time do municipalities have to make this decision? Does it have to be done today, or else we'll be sanctioned or put in the back of the line when it comes to the state helping to approve any regulations we do? Can you explain that process real quick?
Sure. So what you have before you right now, as far as state level activity goes, the state will begin opening a provisional licensing system towards the end of this year. That provisional licensing system will continue to the first 7 months of 2018. So there's ample time for the city council to remove this item from the agenda if it so chose, huddle, try to learn a little bit more about what's in state legislation, what's going on in your community with respect to this industry, which I think is a critical point. One of the issues that folks often overlook is the size of the illegal market in their communities and ultimately what that resource burden is on law enforcement, not only with respect to utilizing that resource for something that they don't need to address, if it could be regulated in an appropriate manner and utilizing a policy solution. The alternative is, as many of the speakers who have come to testify here today have said, is to not regulate and just basically let the illegal market continue to run this industry in your community. That comes with all kinds of public safety and public health burdens and challenges. One of the biggest issues being, of course, that folks are concerned about youth access. You're worried about youth access. Regulating and taxing is really the best way to move forward. And I think the city has ample time to huddle and try to regroup and figure out the best strategy to do that.
Okay. All right. You know what? I have a number of other questions that people are asking to speak and vote. So if we have questions, council, just know that they are here with some expertise and some support for us. So thank you very much for that. I do appreciate it.
Thank you for the time.
You know what? Before you sit down, I do have one more question. Something like this, like a blanket prohibition, we as a city and the sponsors of this item have been virtually or completely unable to estimate the cost of enforcing something like this. In your experience, have you worked with any cities who are struggling to enforce the cost? Is there a ballpark? I mean, if you can't speak to it, that's okay. But I mean, if we're unable, I mean, this is a shot in the dark. It could cost us $10 million. It could cost us $10,000. But we're unable to put a number on how much this will cost to enforce. Can you help with that?
We've actually done a fairly extensive amount of research on this area because it is an issue that states and local governments are grappling with across the country. So we've, over the last year or so, submitted a series of FOIA requests to state and local governments to try to ascertain what that actual cost is. What are we looking at with respect to enforcement community by community? Because to John's point, I think a lot of these models, as local governments work to move through the policy challenges, are very tailor-made. Most jurisdictions are different from one another. You have your own cultural identity. You have your own jurisdictional identity. You want to preserve those things when you build these models out. With respect to the cost of enforcement, our estimates range that, looking at national data, your cost enforcement per raid the estimation is somewhere between $50,000 and $100,000 per raid. So if you're organizing, keeping in mind that you're also the 5th largest jurisdiction in the state by population, which means you have a larger number of industry participants here, you're talking about a very high volume of raids that would need to be conducted to try to subdue illegal market activity. Now, I will say one other point. What we've also seen across that data that we've collected is that once your legal market size is less than 30% of the size of the total marketplace, meaning that you've got a disproportionate share of illegal market providers, whereas if you had a ban in place, you would have all illegal market providers. The cost of enforcement is staggering, and traditional law enforcement will fail to achieve the outcomes that you ultimately want to satisfy, which is achieving public safety and public health and keeping youth away. So there's a lot of costs associated with a moratorium, particularly in states where you've got a legalized model at the state level.
Thank you very much. And so they are available for other questions. At this time, that's my my main concern, council colleagues, is the cost of enforcing this. To just go off half-cocked like this and pass something without knowing how much this piece of public policy will cost the taxpayer. I would like to make a motion that we table this. I think that it would be appropriate for us to wait until our consultant was able to come back with a comprehensive report on how much this would cost and how industry participants would still exist, and that traditional law enforcement would have that tough time, just like we do right now, leaving the black market to control this entire business in our city. So that's what I wish to avoid. I wish to avoid voting for something that there could be such a huge price tag. And gentlemen, you are welcome to sit. And
Thank you for the time.
Thank you. We have a second from Member Baines. My motion is to just table this item until which time the consultant's recommendation comes back. And so council colleagues who are on the fence about this, recreational dispensaries are already illegal in the city of Fresno. This, again, it's flawed, just like the cultivation item was. I'm asking for just more time, that we don't have to go off and knee-jerk and double ban. My motion is to just table this item while consultants work and council can further discuss and ruminate the implications of the item. And we have a second from Member Baines, and you're actually punched up, Member Baines.
Thanks, Council President. And really quick, Mr. Green, can I ask you a question? If you come down, I think you may know the answer to this. I'm just curious. Would you happen to know just ballpark how many dispensaries we have operating in Fresno right now?
At the risk of it's odd. It's hard to get a good estimate. Many actually advertise on platforms like Weedmaps, so we have a rough estimate. In the last counts, it's been between 8 to 15 storefronts and roughly 40 to 50 delivery services that aren't attached to a retail public location.
So 8 to 15 storefronts and 40 delivery services? Okay, thank you.
And not all of those deliveries are located necessarily within Fresno.
I got it.
There are a lot of deliveries that have broad areas.
Thank you. So I'm not going to repeat everything I said before, but basically, I think that we need more information. I think that we are sadly making a decision. It's the tail wagging the dog again here. We don't really have enough information from my perspective to do a total recreational ban until we really know what we're dealing with. I also know that we are contemplating some type of medicinal operations. And again, I just think that we need to be mindful about how we present this to the public, and it needs to be comprehensive. We have the opportunity to do that. Whether we do it or not, I don't know. But I wish that this council and this body would take this in a manner that made sense to all of us in the public, where because we're contemplating something else, then we come back in one council meeting, you all understand clearly what we're going to do. Now, I don't know if we're going to do that, though. The other side is there already are illegal dispensaries operating in the city of Fresno, 15, as many as 15 storefronts.
Delivery services.
And along with a number of delivery services. As I stated, in the first hearing on this item, we simply, by banning recreational use, we simply give a legal monopoly to, what otherwise would be the criminal underworld. I'm not sure that makes a lot of sense. The state of California and many of our districts decided that marijuana is legal, that recreational use is legal, and we're going to force our citizens to really go and purchase something that's legal from folks that are operating illegally. Many of these people are gang members. I mean, we know what they do with that money. As I've said before, it's the same argument. So anyhow, I won't belabor the issue. I think that we've discussed it enough. I think we're here. I want to make sure we get to a vote, but I'm supportive of at least tabling this issue until we come back with some more information and what hopefully would be a more comprehensive, thought-out cannabis strategy for the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Member Baines. Member Bredefeld.
Yeah, a couple things. First, for the city attorney, Doug, I still believe that there might be some confusion about what took place on the prior vote in terms of what people can grow, if there's any penalties in light of our prior ordinance. I'd like you to clarify that so people know everybody's on the same page, because I still think there's some confusion.
Sure. The city currently has a ban on all cultivation of marijuana, and the penalty for that is $1,000 per plant. Since Prop 64 was passed and effective in January of 2017, the city code is preempted as to the first 6 plants grown indoors. So considering the fact that this ordinance was rejected, someone today can grow 6 plants indoors. Now, if there's a 7th plant, the city could enforce the law as to our law as to that 7th, 8th, and 9th, and so forth. So the status quo today is that somebody can grow 6 plants indoors.
Okay, and so that part hasn't changed. What didn't pass was the fact that we would be restricting, making sure there weren't detectable odors from the outside, that people couldn't see the grow from public.
That's correct.
Streets.
In other words, you can grow the 6 without additional regulations.
Without additional regulations, but in the city of Fresno, because we have this prior ban, if somebody grows a 7th plant, there's still a $1,000 fine.
Yes, as to the 7th and so forth.
Okay. I want people to understand that. I don't want there to be any confusion about that. In terms of, made a couple of points about enforcement. What does it cost? And these gentlemen come from Sacramento and have a number of issues because they're pro pot and pro-marijuana, and that's fine. They come up with a $50,000 to $100,000 law enforcement number per raid. I think that's interesting. I don't know if you have numbers for what it costs to investigate murders or investigate robberies. Do you have that data too? No, you don't have that data.
Or the wattage of light bulbs to grow marijuana.
Do you have that data, Council President? Do you know what it costs to investigate robberies or to do a raid on a gang?
Do you, Member Bredefeld?
Do you know what that is?
Do you?
No, because I just think when law enforcement when law enforcement is doing law enforcement, we're not asking them what it costs to stop crime. Okay, and this is a crime. So I understand the distraction with trying to come up with some number for a raid.
It's a crime.
Okay, so I'm glad that you got your slick consultants from Sacramento. But the reality is...
Prop 64, it's legal now. It's not a crime.
It is.
It's not a crime.
I'm not saying about it. Well, it was his number on a raid, not mine. You're asking that question. What does it cost to enforce?
You don't know.
And you don't know.
No, I don't.
Do you know what it is?
That's why I'm voting against it.
Do you know what it is to enforce murders? You know what it costs to investigate a murder?
That's not an argument. We're
Yeah,
talking
that is
about
an argument.
we're talking about your
Okay,
item.
I have the item. I have the floor.
Does your item
Council
prohibit
President,
murder?
I'd like to
I
call
have
for the
the floor,
question.
Mr.
Can we
Council
call for the
President.
question, please? Let's vote.
Okay, so the motion on the floor is to delay this. Is that correct?
It's to delay it until we have a report from the consultant that this
Okay.
body voted to hire.
And if this does not pass, then we come back, because I would like to make a motion to ban the recreational dispensaries as is on the agenda today.
Okay, I think that my motion has to be voted on first, and then we'll take your item, which is
Okay.
the 430 number 1. Is that correct, City Attorney? We hear my item first?
I'm sorry, we're looking at the 230 item?
230.
Yeah.
Right. If the motion to table fails, then we would consider a potential main motion to approve the 230 item. Yes.
Okay. Member Caprioli, we're going to vote. Give me 15 seconds to kind of wrap this up and share some of my final thoughts. A number of years ago, we had a block party in my district, and this was in the south part of my district. And it's a neighborhood that's struggling with high concentrated poverty and with crime and with gangs and with drugs and with boarded up homes and slumlords. I mean, they have a lot of struggles. So there's a group called Bringing Broken Neighborhoods Back to Life, and they play music. They have face painting. They have balloons for kids. They do a lot for kids. And what they try to do is they try to restore hope in these neighborhoods that are struggling so badly, and also for the children who live there. Well, this one time I went out a couple of years ago, and we had our block party, but in the front yard of a house just a few yards away, there was a marijuana grow going on there. And, of course, the police were out there, and the Police Activities League, and everybody was having a really good time in the shadow of this large grow in someone's front yard. They had a fence around it, but you could see the plants were a foot above the fence. And so I said to one of the officials who was there, I said, look, there's a large marijuana grow going on just a few feet from our block party where the children are partying, and it's a really good family time. And they said, well, there's nothing we can do about it. And then when we had the next year's block party, the plants were still there in the front yard of this home in the city of Fresno. And so the case that I'm making is that there is nothing we can do as a city to take this, to fight and win this war on marijuana. There's absolutely nothing we can do. If we can have a block party with police and face painting and music and prayer and just get together as a neighborhood, and the plants are there one year and then they're there again the next year, that's an illustration to me that there is nothing we can do as an organization to combat marijuana in the neighborhoods. The only thing, from a law enforcement perspective, the only thing that we can do as a city is to regulate this and take this out of the hands of criminal gangs. And the way to do that is to take a step back and to study this issue and to come back with workable regulations that put criminal gangs out of business, black marketeers out of business, and the byproduct of this is that we may be able to put some money in the general fund. I've heard people say, from this side of the desk say, you're the cannabis king and you're okay with drugs and you love drugs. If I'm going to be the king of something, it's going to be the king of personal responsibility and human freedom, because that's what this issue is about for me. It has absolutely nothing to do with marijuana. I think it's a childish thing to say. When we're talking about making policy that affects tens of thousands of people and hundreds of neighborhoods, we have to be mature, we have to be grown up, and we have to do the right thing. And so, council colleagues, if you're on the fence, I ask that you please support the motion, that we take a step back and wait and evaluate until we can come up with a better piece of public policy. So with that, Member Bredefeld.
I'm being encouraged to just vote. I just want to respond to a couple things that you said, and then we'll vote. We're losing the war on marijuana. I don't disagree with you. We've lost the war on a lot of drugs. And if we take your premise, we should make everything legal because we've lost the war. You talk about neighborhoods. We got to worry about quality of neighborhoods. I'm worried about the quality of neighborhoods and where these dispensaries would go. And that's exactly why I'm opposed to them. Having said that, I'm not going to continue our debate. Let's vote and we'll go from there.
Okay, the motion, please cast your votes. The motion is to table this item. Yes is to table. No is to, obviously we're going to end up voting if this fails. Item carries item fails by a vote of 4-3.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt the ordinance to ban recreational dispensaries, marijuana dispensaries.
With no second, the item. Okay, we have a motion and a second. That was close. All right, let's go ahead and cast your votes, please. Item carries 4 yes, 3 no. Thank you, Council. And thank you, everyone from the public and staff. All right, our next item is we want to take a step back here and go to the 320 item. This is a certificate of recognition given by Vice President Soria.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, what a treat for the young people that joined us today to see a lively discussion happen here at City Council about policy issues that definitely impact our neighborhoods. But can I first call Alex Honeycutt and Bradley Salvador to the front? Where are they here? Student, there we are. So very proud and excited to have both Bradley and Alex here, who have created something called the String Box. And we'll be headed to New York next month for a chance to win a $2,500 grand prize at the New York State High School Business Model Competition. This business model competition is an all-day event held at the Siena College in Albany, New York, where students will present their ideas in front of peers and judges who are successful entrepreneurs, businessmen and women, and institutional faculty. Students will also gain practical entrepreneurial and communication skills and an understanding of what their peers are developing, and an opportunity to improve their business model. Today, here in the council, we want to recognize these two young students for their bold ideas and wish them good luck in their competition. So I did want to share a little video before I let them speak.
You broke your string, Bradley. Here's your string box.
Thanks, Alex. It's really easy to hold my guitar strings. It's much better than this mess.
Oh, snap. That's cool.
Thank you. It's a string box.